My birthday twin need to do my media share. Probably blocked at customs. Po 2, yep, Po 2. What's a rabbit? How's it going, man? Hell yeah, what's a Roger? Custom recognize and look for and they took for themselves. Yeah, downloaded waiting for that update. Po 2. I mean, it's gonna be a bit until we get the update. It's gonna be a bit until we get the update. Can't believe we're twins. What do you mean? I thought you said your birthday's like it was yesterday. New haircut? Yeah. Is it new? I guess I haven't streamed with it. You're right. It is new. New handsome haircut and everything. Yeah, I guess I realized I haven't streamed since I got this haircut. My hair was getting way too long. With how late I stream, it's pretty much the same day. What do you mean? If it's the day before, I should be streaming earlier. But yeah, last today we're gonna be watching a little bit of this Blazeworks TV video. This right here, the state of Po 2 after 1 year retrospective. I've not watched it at all. I don't know why it had me like fast forwarded so far. But I want to watch this with you guys today, and then we're gonna be doing some what is it called? We're gonna be doing some campaign runs. My birthday, old man. Happy 37th. What is it, 40 now? No. I'm 21. I'm 21. I'm 21. Spoiler, the video is good. What's up, Clock? I thought you were Unk. No. I'm 21, guys. I'm 21. I keep LARPing 21. 21 for the 10th time true. What's up, Mr. Bark? Back to the vision. Cute Dog is 18 season 2. 21 40 years of experience. I mean, I am an old soul. You know. I was experiencing life before I was even born. But what do you guys do this weekend? And Mr. Party Pooper, sorry, I did not respond to you. Good day. 18 season 17. I failed at the race yesterday. Oh, for which league? Are you talking about DM's league? Wait, no, there was another race. Was there? That's right, there was another race. I think not Blaze, Crimson was casting, right? How'd that go? Happy birthday. Anyone listening to next week's episode of Rent a Girlfriend? No? It was an amazing race, really. Crimson's good at casting? Oh, yeah. Everybody, like, I think he's amazing at casting. I mean, he wants to be a speedrunner. I get it, right? I'm not going to tell him not to be a speedrunner, but I really think his casting is, like, super good. Pure drama? Not DM and Karn were casting? No. It's usually Ziggy and, well, DM and Karn, I think they do their own thing, separate cast, but Ziggy and Rise are usually two of the official casters, but Ziggy couldn't make it, so he got replaced with Crimson. And Gormus won, but it was a close one. Chinese player almost caught him in the 14 second. Holy. A lot of casters are former pros. Yeah, but Crimson, I think, went the other way. He went from, like, I don't think he was casting first, but he started off as, like, a caster for, like, Dota or something like that. And then he started playing Poe, and then he got into racing after that. 85ers Club. WNS did a risky strat and almost won it all. Damn. What's the new league again next month? Yeah, end of this month, early next month. Happy birthday! Thank you, thank you. But maybe I'll watch a little bit of that race. Sounds like it was like pretty interesting. Maybe we'll at least watch the end of it, maybe the last act together, and then we'll see how it goes. Maybe potential chance we get a teaser. I think it's very likely we get a teaser this week. Yeah. Crimson's knowledge and involvement sets him apart. Yeah, I mean he's very knowledgeable, and I'm sure he also does a ton of research. I'm sure he does a ton of research. Maybe we'll start off with the race actually. I think it was here, right? Really watch the last little bit, right?
A clean and correct read on the abandoned prison.
Let's see, where should we start here?
I can't. He's right.
Spiral.
Okay, let's see. Let's start from here.
The slowest
maybe.
of the four layouts here, but he's read it correctly very early on in the zone and won't lose any time to the layout.
Which
so I don't
balance
expect
changes
to catch up to him there.
Nah, they're not gonna do that.
Oh no, Whole New Society is.
Let's see. Where's everybody here? Right.
Whole New Society.
Oh man, Whole New Society, dude. I remember this guy was also doing really, really well in the last race too, but Aang is over here in Act 3. Everybody is in Act 3 while Whole New Society is already in Act 4. Holy crap.
Do a backup strat for his lower damage. This is really interesting. Whole New Society has gone down all the way to the 6 o'clock end of this anti-clockwise spiral. So
you won the last one?
There is a shrine.
Are we playing Ziz's Gauntlet? Oh, this is probably
additional
not.
burden of layout memorization. At first I thought he was taking a
wrong
turn.
Was incredible.
What he was doing is recovering the checkpoint next to the shrine. It turns out to be a damaging shrine. It's a cold damage shrine. And now what he's going to do is walk up to Krutog, the boss of this zone, and then from there he is going to and he gets knocked down.
Happy birthday. All right.
And now he's going to be able to checkpoint back, grab that shrine, and have an additional
Happy 31st. Thank you. Not 31st, 21st.
Build up. So he should be able to do this boss totally safely. Krutog does primarily poison damage and lightning damage, and right now his lightning resistance remains pretty strong for this point in the run. He has 677 HP on his primary swap, which is pretty good for a mercenary at this point in the run. So that's going to be a difference that we expect to see between.
And he has a shrine going into this too.
Gormis,
the frozen shrine
is on pace for a 150 or a 150 and 30 seconds Doriani, which is
how the hell did Angormius close this gap? Dude's like at the end of Act 3 while this guy's like into Act 4 already.
Very, very fast.
At Birth in France, thank you.
3 time is not typical here.
Log into
150-20, which
Gauntlet
is faster than the race was last
Get the gloves, yeah, that's what I plan to do too.
So Angormius is multiple minutes behind Whole New Society. Maybe short fuses the ladder. Maybe short fuses the tech. I don't understand.
We're all learning new things here. Angormus checks the ladder, wants to hopefully regain some confidence from Dad. Everybody's got each other on their friends list, and you can track.
But I haven't know which useful micros I should buy, what order, and how many
the slash ladder is just not effective enough. There's plenty of players over leveling who are just trying to finish the race and not necessarily get in first. And yeah, the shrine strategy, it's interesting that you can guarantee it, right?
I do, but maybe we'll talk about it later after we finish this.
Because I've seen this make a big difference.
Perfect Strike is too busted, really?
His zone
is he still on Perfect Strike? He's not doing shield
in it, and some players would choose to
go back
to that checkpoint, get a shrine, and some players would choose not to. And sometimes it ended up costing them a cheeky rip. And it also, could just make the difference between you living or dying. So
yeah, that makes sense.
That you can utilize this in another zone 100%.
You switch to shield wall.
Whole New Society continuing to progress.
Wait,
again, he's on a timer, but
was he still using? So was he not using shield wall against?
677.
No, he was using shield wall in Act 3.
Burden of layout memorization. I was at first
shield wall here.
And,
It can happen.
Uses shield wall all
He
through
did
Act 3.
see,
Yeah,
one set of
no.
grenades.
That's what he normally
An
changes.
incorrect
You don't get
read
shield wall
on
until
the
Act 3,
boss
that's
fight
why.
itself is particularly safe.
You don't get shield wall until
We're
Act
definitely
3.
seeing something.
That's why he
from
swaps a
Holness.
shield wall in
You
Act
won't lose
3.
any time
If
for
you
the
got
boss
shield wall
fights. Use
earlier,
those
he
quick
would probably
ults,
play
very,
shield
very
wall
familiar.
earlier.
Some confidence for
But you don't get it
playing
until
this,
later.
as his zone
Like, you don't get the combo
is a
until
layout
later.
that's got a bunch of shrines in it, and some players would choose to go back to that checkpoint for the second, third, and fourth rank player to get any closer.
I think you swapped a shield wall at the beginning of Act 3, if I remember correctly. You swapped a shield wall in Zone 2 of Act 3 or something like that.
28, so
based off of how quickly.
Oh no, he's even in Act 2. He
dying,
actually
and
get it in
Gormaz-
Act 2. When do you get it earliest? Actually,
Jill
oh no, he's
catching also will
deep
not
in
be
Act
able to
2.
say
Okay,
much
so
about it either.
so he has shield wall in Act 2 right
Like,
here,
his
basically. The
drain-
moment he gets
Vomitor
here,
turns into a pack of monsters.
yeah. No, you definitely don't play Perfect Strike anymore. Perfect Strike used to be the old meta, and then once shield wall got buffed, you use it as soon as you get the combo.
Drops really low,
which is in Act
but
2.
once again stays alive, and that's really
Act 2 item RNG right now, which is nuts.
the Queen of Filth, now approached by whole new
I can relate to the
society.
guy who
This
got
baby
stuck in the
eater
Amazon
tends
boss.
to put up a big fight.
Let's
He's
see. All right, let's go back. Let's go Act
players
4.
over leveling, choose to continuing enough.
To Viper.
Okay, so the first, these guys all do this as the first zone. I usually do the place
Get
where
him
you
outta
get
here.
like the delirium,
We
but
don't
I'm
want
assuming
to
this is like where you get
4
like
minutes and
you do
24
this because of
seconds
skill
behind.
points, I guess.
So, Whole New
Just
Society
kidding, we're
first.
gonna go back to DM.
Guy that dies 3.5 behind, and Gormaz 4.5 behind. That said, guy that dies. So, like I've said many times, there's this Discord. It's a public Discord. Anyone can join. It's called the Campaign Codex. It was put together by a couple of different people, but there was a set of notes that was published about the solution to Fakapanu, and that set of notes was published by a runner who did.
Is that how you officially say it? Fakapanu?
Who hasn't participated?
I thought it was
in recent races.
Wakapanu.
But the first step in that,
I mean, I feel like
Lundberger's
if it is
solution to
Crimson, probably
Fakapanu
knows.
is to
He
look
probably
at the two
knows.
walls of the first place you enter in Fakapanu
Wait, he's
Island,
killing this rare.
and the one that
Interesting. Do you
doesn't
get something
have the
special from this
checkpoint,
guy?
You hug until you see one of various tells that tells you which layout you're in. And Whole New Society didn't do that. So either he has a completely different solution than every runner I know, or he doesn't know the solution. Given the way that
What,
he's
you get a
looking, or
gem,
tells
a
you which
support
layout
gem.
tells,
That's what you get.
It looks to me like Whole New Society maybe hasn't yet identified
Guy would have done if he wasn't so
what
squishy and
layout
died.
he's in, because
I just read it
he
at
hasn't
Wakapanu, same.
Guy,
Low-key
in a way
hope for
that's
swords.
at all conventional for
I
top
am
speed
too.
runners. That
I'm not
said, it
even
looks like
low-key,
he's
I'm
found the
high-key.
exit potentially. So he must have a different solution. He's either gotten very lucky or he has a completely
Happy
different
40th,
solution
Mr.
algorithm for this
Sanchez.
zone than any other
That's
top runner does.
you know, stop making things
Which
up,
is-
man.
he
I'm 21.
seems to be doing things different than everybody else. He's got his own play style, and you know
WNS
what?
was using short fuse.
It
Crimson
is
was so
important that you
confused.
learn from
It's
your
probably
opponents.
not like
It's
meta,
important
I
that you learn
guess,
from your
right?
friends, but I do find that a lot of the times the players who come up with the strategies tend to have really good results, and we're definitely seeing something from Whole New Society. We haven't quite identified it yet to be the best, but as far as
you lose damage
potentially
when you
this
use
race
short
result,
fuse.
it's definitely been incredibly effective so
Oh, doing
far.
good.
As long
Is this a speedrun
as
tournament? Yeah,
he
yeah,
stays
yeah.
alive. If he has enough gear, does he have enough resistances?
Happy birthday,
Will he
thank you,
die
thank
to
you.
Benedictus,
Are you 21?
the final
And
boss
look
we've seen him claim
31?
many lives?
Sir,
But
that's a lie. I look
another
21.
key boss is coming up now that some of our players we've seen in past events utilize some really crazy strategies, right?
Yeah, so Whole New Society closing in on the Mermaid. I just want to give some quick shout outs. Angorm is currently progressing cleanly through Volcanic Warrens, had a correct zone read. You can see that
Dude, the
spiral
witch
if you
is
look
so
at
far
Gormaz in
behind.
the top left of your screen. Similarly, Giluo has a clean
Wait,
kill against
Infernalist?
Giuliani,
Does that
a
mean
guy that
he...
dies making his way through.
Wait, did Gilo do a trials? Because it says
Fakapanu trying to catch up here.
Infernalist.
Whole New Society has a little bit of a slow
Happy
zone
birthday,
read,
thank you.
in order to
He did,
find,
holy. And he's doing
in
pretty good time,
order to find the
even
mermaid
though
here.
he
If you
did
full
do the
screen Whole New
trials. That's
Society
kind of
during this
crazy.
fight, you'll see he positions against this round stone at around 4 o'clock on the perimeter of the zone.
5
Now
minutes?
he's
What
going
the
to
fuck?
bait these
That's
water fires in
crazy.
particular positions, and he puts his heel against this round stone. He wants to be able to survive here, and if he can keep a very precise
Zoyan, happy
position,
birthday, thank you,
he
thank
should be
you.
able to prevent the mermaid from leaving the arena exactly like this. So he must have practiced this in the offset.
Wait,
He
what
puts
did he
this
do?
Round stone at around 4 o'clock on the perimeter of the zone. Now he's going to bait these water spires in particular positions, and he puts his heel against this round stone. He wants to be able to survive here, and if he can keep a very precise position, he should be able to prevent the mermaid from leaving the arena exactly like this. So he must have practiced this.
Oh, is this a
When
bug?
he had multiple fights against mermaid last cycle, what he was doing was standing too early and baiting the water spires in a wrong position. This time he had excellent combat engagement here, and he gets the
Damn.
correct position there, drops a unique Roahide coat, and gets out of the zone very cleanly. A nearly perfect mermaid fight there. That setup was first discovered by Guy That Dies and quickly shared both among racers and with GGG. We report all bugs and exploits.
Currently crying in the Discord. We should really fix that. No, you shouldn't. This is the
I have
sort
a
of stuff
very
we
strong
live for.
opinion. I have an opinion that if it's not breaking the league economy and it doesn't cause server stability and it's skill based and it only affects one boss, it's a cool race strat. Now other race
I mean, it is a cool race strat, but let's be real, you know. Just don't make it don't make it phase. You know what I mean? Just keep it there. Just make it so you don't even have to do the bug. Just make it so it doesn't phase. Just make it so it doesn't phase. You know, that's great. That's great. I don't need to see those titties every time.
can disagree with me, and GGG can disagree with me. But listen,
Hell yeah.
let me
Say
have a
it.
cup of coffee.
What's the bug? Oh, he
with the
stands
producers. I will
there at
convince
like a
them that
perfect
this is a
time to
skill-based
prevent it from
strat
like
that
phasing.
doesn't break the economy and doesn't cause server instability, and it's the kind of thing that's cool in speedrunning. It should stay in the game.
Preach, brother. Hit him. What are you gonna do? Cut off our microphones? We can say whatever we want.
Hey, listen, I mean, I'm not the person who gets to make that decision. And when this exploit was reported to GGG, the alleged opinion of the dev
Yo, Wako-san with a 10. Have a beer and sake. Thank you. I appreciate it.
It doesn't break the economy or the server. It's cool. Leave it in. Leave it in.
I will
leave it in.
definitely go
I
and
say
get
leave
some
it in.
drinks on you.
Come on, Twitch chat. We want cool tech to stay in the races.
I mean, there is a lot of stuff like this in PoE1 that still exists that has never really been changed, and the people still abuse it. I even see regular campaign runners abuse it, not just speedrunners. It's the sort of things that you learn.
Not in the
is,
game.
You know, it is a little bit extreme in this case. I do.
They're
have
also
to
very
say,
underwhelming.
As the boss, you know,
all I can say.
Kind of decides to go AFK there for a little bit, but you know, as a speedrunner myself, I do appreciate these sort of things, and personally, yeah, keep it. If you're removed,
and Gormus is here on freaking what was it, Wakapana Island, dude. I hate this goddamn map. It sucks so much.
You're
I get
evil.
lost every
That's all
time.
I'm saying. Whole new society in the prison now.
If Angor's out here getting
doing
lost,
his
then
progression.
I'm also getting
We're
lost.
gonna see another quite dangerous fight, and we could have maybe also seen, because there's a lot more emphasis at this stage of the game on resistances, right? So you tend to switch out your gear. This is something that you were already preparing from Act 1, knowing that some of these bosses and some of these mobs on the way to those bosses deal a particular type of damage. So I think there's some more emphasis on cold resistance in this zone.
Yes, there are a lot
I
of
can
things
see the Statue of Liberty
that
from
can kill
here.
you in this zone. The boss fight itself is particularly safe. The positioning against the prisoner is pretty easy to figure out. Also, Whole New Society has made a clean and correct read on the abandoned prison using a very conventional pathfinding algorithm. There are only 4 base layouts in prison. It's one of the easiest zones to learn. It's based on the position of a particular tile that has one of those levers in it. This particular one is called late parallel.
I have a 1080 on YouTube.
The gate can either be perpendicular or parallel to the ship you come in on, and it can be close to it or far from it. So earlier, late, parallel, or perpendicular, those are the 4 setups here, and he identified it cleanly. Solitary Confinement, by the way, has the easiest map read of any zone in the entire game. The only zone that I think should be reworked to make it more complicated, because the strategy is find the exterior wall and then it's a completely straight line.
It's too late for you. You can't.
Is Angor's gonna do the thing too, where he like prevents
but keep the boss fight.
The boss from moving?
It's too late for you. Listen, all I'm gonna mention is that you can jump through the crates, which is pretty cool. You see,
it looks like Angor's just gonna do enough.
Boom, he jumps through it. It's that easy.
Wait, did he fuck up?
It's like the books in library.
Oh my god, he fucked up. He had to redo the fight.
Super cool stuff. But about the zone, please continue.
Yeah, no, I'm looking through this. Like I mentioned, you know, there are 8 different red veils. There are 8 different drowned cities. There are 4 different abandoned prisons.
What are you doing?
No,
so earlier we were saying, right, how like there's a thing where you could do what you could do to stand in this one spot to prevent the boss from
to make it
phasing.
more complicated.
Like you can see in Angormus's view, right?
Find the exterior wall
so
and then it's
he's gonna try to like burst her down.
You can't like throw. Oh yeah, they should make it more difficult. But keep the boss
he expected to be able to burst the boss down
all I'm gonna mention is that you can
phase.
jump through the crates.
So you see here,
cool. You see,
he doesn't do enough damage. The boss phases and he boom
checkpoints. It's like the books in library in PoE1. Super cool stuff. But about the zone, please continue.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
I interrupted you, but
I'm looking through this. Like I
He doesn't
mentioned,
want
you
the
know,
titties?
oh, there
No,
are
you
8
don't want
different
the
red
titties as a
veils. There
speedrunner.
are 8 different drowned cities. There are 4 different abandoned prisons. I'm sure that there are multiple solitary confinements, but the difference between the fastest and the slowest one
guy is
in the
dead.
case of
See,
drowned
now
city.
Angormus is like, okay, I'm gonna step into this spot right here. All right, I'm not taking any risks. I'm stepping in this spot, and there we go. Prevented the boss from phasing.
To the whirling things, to the whirling coffin things.
Not enough
I was
cold
looking at the wrong
res.
thing.
He thought he could do it without doing this, but man, that's
Seems
rough. That's like a
Stranger in
good
chat
30
asks,
seconds
where can we watch
off.
Giluo stream or learn
That's
about
literally
the strat?
30
The
seconds.
witch trees, Giluo gave them to me, and I have posted the witch trees.
I've reached fair social levels never seen before. I saw a dream where Miso was my friend and betrayed me and stole $30,000 from me. What the fuck? Sir, I would never do that to you. Don't worry.
In the campaign Codex Discord, and
31,
Guy
no,
That Dies
21.
has a guide published as well, based on translating that speedrun strat to become a league
wait,
strat.
Who
So
died? Who
the
died?
difference between the fastest
Guy That Dies died. Oh my
Seems Stranger in
god.
chat asks, where can we as well stream
That's
or learn
a
about
rest
the
in
strat? The
pepperonis
witch
right there. That's
trees,
2.5
gave
minutes
them to me, and
gone.
I have posted the witch trees in the
Happy
campaign
birthday.
Codex
Thank
Discord.
you.
And Guy That
Appreciate it.
Dies has a guide published as well, based on translating that speedrun strat to become a league strat. So if you're curious about that,
Not enough
you can join the campaign Codex Discord.
Was it
and
not
look
enough res?
I mentioned
How'd he
is that you
die?
can jump through the crates, which is pretty cool.
Okay, so yeah, no, it's not the
You
res thing,
can't-
because that's all fizz
you
right
can't,
there.
Like, throw,
That's
oh
all
yeah, they should make
fizz.
it more difficult, but keep the boss fight.
It's from the stupid
It's too late
cage
for you.
boys.
Listen, all I'm gonna
I
mention
hate
is
the
that you can
cage
jump
guys.
through
You
the
see, look,
crates, which is
1,
pretty
2,
cool.
dead.
See, there's no pass there. Boom, he jumps through it. It's that easy. It's like the books in library in
You send me
PoE1.
your big like
Super
a
cool
double. What
stuff.
the fuck? Finally out to drink. Happy birthday. Yeah,
But about the
thank
zone,
you. Yeah,
please
I've never
continue.
drank
I
before.
I'm looking through this. Like I mentioned, you know, oh, there are 8 different red veils. There are 8 different drowned cities. There are 4 different abandoned
No
prisons.
celebratory 21st
I'm
drink.
sure that there are multiple solitary confinements, but the difference between the fastest and the slowest one
Guy is
in the
dead.
case of drowned city.
They stabbed you to death. The
what?
UK special.
To the
He
whirling things. To the
Wait, what
whirling
happened
coffin things.
Not
I
enough
was
cold
looking at the
res.
wrong thing.
Oh, that was just a thing. Okay.
It's over from.
Seems Stranger in chat asks, where can we watch Giluo stream or learn about his strat? The witch trees, Giluo gave them to me, and I have posted the witch trees in the campaign Codex Discord. And Guy That Dies has a guide published as well, based on translating that speedrun strat to become a league strat. So if you're curious about that, you can join the campaign Codex Discord.
No, 21,
there,
man.
Or
21st.
you can hit up Guy That Dies and ask for that if you're an English language speaker. Giluo speaks good English, but streams primarily on a Chinese language platform, so you would need to be.
Damn, this Kiom guy, way behind. That guy's still in Act 3.
A Chinese language speaker.
What's he even playing?
To go back to talking about the zones, though, the difference between the best and worst drowned city is like a minute. The difference between the best and worst solitary confinement is 6 seconds. So, doesn't
Which
really
guy's impressive? Yeah, dude. He even he's relatively
Guy That
like
Dies,
close,
which means that
even
it's now
though
2-man
he
race between Angormus
ascended
and Whole New Society. Whole New Society had to reset there because he got caught in an awkward corner but didn't die, so he had about 40 seconds of time loss, which gives Angormus some hope, especially if Whole New Society has a death against any boss. The one to look for would be Phase 2 or Phase 3 Tavakai for his current strategy. I'm checking these support gems again. He still has short fuse on everything.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
We have seen people die on Phase 1 a lot too. Typically, it tends to be them kind of getting pushed up against the wall a little bit too much by some AoE abilities, and then
is your birthday too?
the
Yo,
giant
happy
slam.
birthday,
And,
Daniel!
yeah,
Let's go.
that one will take down just about anybody. Although
April
I gotta
babies.
say, if we can get an update on how much HP, ooh, and Gorman's going for the reset, stays
Dude,
alive.
look at
and
how
no
much
skip for
damage that
Giluo,
witch
goes for the
does.
stun. He's just gonna kill it.
Oh my god! That thing just
Like that.
melted.
He doesn't even have to do the strategy. He's just got enough damage.
That's
crazy.
That's completely crazy. One of the main
That's absurd.
One of the main narratives.
So I guess the whole thing is like you ascend because your demon form just gives you crazy buffs, and you just use it to just do crazy amounts of damage. Oh, the content, happy birthday! Thank you.
From last week that I was really interested in.
So never dies Kavakai.
This
Never.
contingent of Chinese players push really high into the top 10. In 0.1, we saw Zhao.
You refer me to a mechanical engineering position. I don't know if I can quite do that. I don't know if I have the qualifications.
So I'll be curious in the post-race ladder to digest the East versus West narrative as well. Whole New Society is doing a number of idiosyncratic. He's sacrificing a ton of damage in order to do this, which I'm surprised by. He has short fuse instead of concentrated area. which shortens your detonation time and makes more of your grenades hit, but sacrifices 30% of your damage. And then he also isn't using the rage generation tech with Ferocious Roar, so he's just running the most bare bones.
I wonder why he's not doing the ferocious roar stuff.
Yeah, he's
because I feel like that's just like a zero cost thing.
Here. And that means that if the shrine that spawns in this map layout seed in the excavation, when he goes to fight Benedictus, if that shrine is not a damaging type shrine, he could be in pretty significant trouble here. He has 677 HP on his primary swap and 40, excuse me, is it still 46? No, 36% lightning resistance, which means that the main lightning beam from the
watching
post,
WNS
like pillar shatter attack animation of Benedictus is more than enough to one-shot him. So if he doesn't get a damaging shrine, there's a chance that if he just gets a bad attack cycle from Benedictus, he just straight up dies. Like, there's just nothing he can do. So we'll have to see. He has an extra support gem in his inventory.
Damn,
it's exceptionally hard to dodge.
I know the feeling, man. I know the feeling.
It's just a hard dodge.
I face tank that shit every time, I'll be honest. I can't dodge anything in that fight. It is ridiculous.
I'm pretty sure Aang died to Tavakai.
To be fair, though,
race.
You do need the extra preparation for the.
Somebody died to Tavakai last
so there's
race.
that. But yeah, Whole New Society. Now I wonder if he
42
is
the
going
new
to
22.
go for the additional Exalted Orbs. It's seemingly he's got everything that he needs, right? Would he go for the bells to pick up the Exalted Orbs that are guaranteed in this zone?
His helm has multiple open suffixes and is a high enough eye level to run big chunks of resistance. Similarly, his amulet. Similarly, his boots. So he has a bunch of open modifiers. There's no way
he's got a lot.
Gilo is like basically caught up to Angormus already.
Just regarding league start strategies, a lot of people complain, oh, in Erastus, if I die, I get sent all the way back to this church and the bubble. See the mob that's holding Whole New Society into this bubble right now? If you kill that mob, that advances the quest state. And so you'll see if he kills this, if later on he needs the checkpoint reset and so forth, he won't get sent back to the bubble. That's a conservative decision, the first conservative decision we've seen made from Whole New Society, who perhaps has realized that guy that dies has died. And so now he knows that he has a 4-minute lead over Angormus, and he's going to be able to continue doing this. So he's now going to play a little bit more safely, perhaps. If you kill that mob and then you need to checkpoint reset, you go to the nearest checkpoint. If you don't kill that mob, and you need to checkpoint reset, you get sent all the way back to the bubble, which is, depending on where it happens, a 1 or 2
that's interesting. Going all back.
I wonder how he's
bubble.
keeping up. I mean, he could literally be checking their streams and whatnot, right? Because we do see this from a lot of players. They're typing /ladder, they're checking their friends list, but none of that happening for Whole New Society. So has he figured out that Angormus
he just knows he's that good?
His only realistic competition at this stage of the game, and he's basing his playstyle off of the fact how Angormus is keeping up with his progression, as he is now fighting the prisoner and a much more stationary, cleaner, seemingly in control fight for Angormus compared to Whole New Society. Sure, he gets chunked, he drops low, but again, as long as his 800 HP is
well, the
above
racing ain't going on right now. I'm just watching it, but also I'm not a racer, man. I suck at racing.
I'm very excited to see this Torvian fight on Whole New Society. I know that we have a lot of players in a lot of interesting positions, but seeing a Whole New Society at this low level with this low DPS strat, pushing so aggressively based on zone reads and just combat prowess, Torvian is probably, other than phase 2 and 3 Tavakai, the hardest boss fight in the game. And this is one of the places where I can imagine that Short Fuse has its highest utility. Torvian is highly mobile, has a high HP pool, and can...
I mean, I did race in Ziz's race last league. The team race. I was racing with Lalcohol and King Kongor. Yeah, we kind of sucked.
Those buffs from the bleachers, so having shorter detonation times on these grenades can be really, really potent. So if we have a chance to hold screen Whole New Society, I would like to see that. If not, I will...
How old am I? 45? Oh, 21, man. So 21.
You'll notice he gets these buffs from the bleachers. The one on the far right is increased defenses. The one on the far left is stun and ailment threshold. The one at the top gives him gain as extra cold as well as freeze buildup. So essentially the ones on the side make him defensively stronger, and the one on the top makes him offensively more threatening. Whole New Society with clean execution so far, able to get through all of this. He's choosing to cancel the ones that I would expect, which are the defensive ones on the sides of the bleachers here.
Did that?
The other thing that I should note is that he has particularly low flasks. He
did
didn't go to
that
level
happen?
30 to get a higher tier thing here, and so since the
And
ones
that
that
kind
I
of
was on the
sucked
side
right
make
there.
him
Do you see this?
defensively
I think he
stronger on the one on
stunned
the
him
top,
right
makes
here
him
and prevented him
offensively
from
more threatening.
throwing the
Whole New
rock.
Society with clean execution so far, able to get through all of this.
Yeah, it
He's
kind of sucks.
choosing to cancel the ones that I would expect,
That's
which
like
are
literally
the
probably like
defensive ones on the
10
sides
or
of the
so
bleachers here.
seconds of
The
a
other thing that I should
difference.
note is that he has particularly low flasks. He didn't go to level 30 to get a higher tier thing here, and so
Okay, nice.
and so
Thought he was gonna get jumped there.
Torvian, yeah,
and
me
so
too.
we can see him needing to manage his flask charges a
He's
bit
just
more
annoying. He's not
aggressively
even like
than you
that
might
hard.
otherwise
He's
see, but
annoying.
so far really clean execution, keeping track of his flask charges. He has more than enough to continue through this fight, and he's hitting with these grenades really, really effectively. So I'm seeing the light. Short fuse is the tech, boys.
Short
Log in
fuse is the
0.5
tech.
short fuse tech. Okay.
That was
Short
quick, mamma mia.
fuse is the tech.
Yeah, and he's
Damn.
being exceptionally diligent. We've seen some top players in previous patches press those flasks a bit aggressively, and he's really waiting until he's on very, very low mana in order to be able to get the most out of those flasks. And he has what is frankly just a clean and clinical Torvian
just
fight.
enough.
Yeah, and that's
There's an X-Wing
great.
where you can skip it.
W's in the chat for Whole New Society as he gets through excavation here. The big make or break moment for anyone else to
Dude,
possibly
Angor's
catch
getting
up,
lost.
unless
Oh,
we see
no.
a rip on Tavakai, is whether or not this shrine is an offensive shrine of any kind. A Gloom shrine, a Tempest shrine, any of the Fire, Meteoric shrine, all those. If it's not a damage shrine of some kind, then Whole New Society may have a very difficult time. That said, he has pretty good lightning resistance, and it is a damage shrine. So Whole New Society's race to lose. The only way that Whole New Society loses this is if he dies against Tavakai.
Oh no! No! Crimson out here jinxing the boy! The only way he loses is if he dies to Tavakai. He cursed his ass, bro.
I mean, there's a chance he could die part of the time.
Cursed his ass.
Keep going.
Caster's curse.
I'm just saying, the only way that he could possibly lose this is a death in very, very, very late.
The only way.
And so if you're
Let's see how powerful your caster curse is. I love it.
Dude! Rise is like, oh, the caster's curse. The caster's curse.
I'm a Whole New Society friend. I'm a Whole New Society fan, but I mean, a death in
it doesn't sound like it, my friend.
Caster's curse.
Because you are casting cursing the bejesus out of this man. I mean, I'm a believer too, but let's see how this goes. You can go into the explanation for this fight.
Caster's curse, and so now his tooltip damage, including that
shrine, at the end,
dude.
I would.
So it's still 20 or 30% lower than
dude. Honestly, it's Crimson's fault he lost,
and that's including
it's Crimson's fault that WNS lost.
The rest of this, and Gormus should. One thing that you'll notice, by the way, just to give some highlight to the warrior tech.
I'm a fan, but I'm a triple down on the curse.
Bosses in the beginning of these fights, and that's to apply a mark. He's using the Mark of Siphoning support gem in order to be able to get mana leech against these bosses. We see a clean initial fight from these fights.
Dude, Angormus got
a mark.
Bedonked.
He's using the Mark of Siphoning support gem in order to be able to get mana leech against these bosses. We see a clean initial fight from.
Dude, I feel like he didn't die there because he turned bear.
DPS a bit lower than we expect.
He might not have died there because he turned into bear and got that additional damage.
Multiple buffs building up on
either that or
Torvian
maybe like the shield
cancels the
could have saved him. I don't know.
Not the stun and ailment threshold. Buff progresses to the final phase and should be totally.
You weren't kidding.
Yeah.
Whole New Society made this look easy.
Yeah, no, this is if you get the shrine, this is a joke.
G-Lo catching up, he is.
If you get the shrine, this fight is complete cheese on any reasonable build.
Nicely done by both of our players here. Exceptional performance from Angormus and Whole New Society. Angormus still desperately trying to keep
is catching up, though. Ang is catching up.
It's close to the finish line now, and the enraged timer that Angormus is, will it be enough? Will Whole New Society have to die? If Whole New Society dies, will it even be enough to catch up for Angormus? How is his fight going to go?
These guys are cursing him so hard. The caster's curse is too real.
These zones are very, very dangerous. Well, a lot, two of them, right? For Whole New Society, they're pretty dangerous. We've seen players die while progressing before. Actually, speaking of,
dude, look at G-Lo's that still is just so
informed by Twitch chat from a trusted source. Driz, a top mercenary player who's not participating today, claims that Guy has died again. What? I would love to find out from production if that is true, as I keep a close eye on the top two there.
Guy that died again. I mean, I guess that's his name, right?
So much damage.
It's crazy. Torvian time loss there. Whole New Society, a 2-minute and 4-second gap. So if we see either a very large run back, if we see Whole New Society get very low and need to do a zone reset, then that could be about a minute of time loss, and Angormus would have a chance, depending on where that happens.
Yeah, dude, it was insane. That was so
would still
crazy.
probably take a death. It would still probably take a death for Angormus to be able to catch up here. It looks like it's still.
Dude, stop saying that. Stop saying that,
Crimson.
Crimson.
We might see a sub 210 today. That's obviously not going to happen. We're 210 into the race. Looks like we're more likely to get a 216 race finish, which is still very, very good. But multiple minutes off of the times that I thought were possible with more aggressive low-level strategies that we've seen people execute in practice. The Doriani kill times that we saw were very, very aggressive.
The
and
Crimson
so far,
Curse.
Holy Society has played a little bit conservatively with, for example, that Shrine tech in Volcanic Warrens, but so far I'm not seeing a whole lot of time loss here.
And Gormus getting the phase.
So different
he's
now.
Getting the mechanic.
He's bouncing around, shifting out in. It's so different to what he was doing before. Not going for any of those mob kills. He doesn't have a... Okay, no, he is going for the Shrine for a second there. I thought that he's not, but there we go. And Gormus finishes his Benedictus, drops quite low there towards the end, but will manage to survive. Squeezes in the head shake. I love Gormus for those little expressions. And Jiluo staying a little bit at range here, but still making sure that that Shrine is hitting. Goes for the big dodge. The boss is almost frozen.
Is so insane.
But the max range, this is dangerous for him, no?
Yeah.
You always want to be seeing what the boss is doing, but in this case, he goes for the max range. The boss doesn't quite get frozen. The Shrine falls off, but Jiluo stays alive, and this last final burst after the phase should hopefully be enough. No close calls.
He's literally caught up to Angormus here.
But still well executed
he caught up
by
to
our
Angormus.
Infernalist, who is closing in on Angormus. This is pretty clutch for everybody on the screen right now, for sure.
Double the
yeah, one thing that I want to call out there is that Angormus was making up time. He was only 2 minutes and 4 seconds behind to Torvian compared to Whole New Society, but Whole New Society had a perfectly clean Benedictus fight, and Angormus wasn't able to cross a DPS threshold and ended up getting a maze phase, which loses between 15 and 20 seconds. So we're again back down to that 2.5 minute time deficit compared to Whole New Society. Whole New Society, oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, he ends up caught in the middle of a closed hut there. In that particular part of the zone, you're not supposed to go into that room, so it doesn't feel particularly close.
Crimson?
I can't see what Angormus...
Is Angormus getting bugged?
Where's my Makoru? He wasn't getting the animation, right? Because he can sometimes... This bugs out. I think that's what was happening.
Where
is he supposed to DB down? I don't know.
So he's going to checkpoint reset, and it should have advanced to the quest flag. Return to King's March. Okay,
yeah,
so Angormus didn't get bugged. Now we did see a late.
Dude, that's crazy.
Zone reset.
Like the level of like min max for these racers. Like Angormus out here running without a chest armor and a shield
from Whole New Society. There, so
and only equipping it when he needs it.
Mobs. And so with the lower level flask, especially the prefix on that flask being increased recovery rate instead of more amount recovered.
Oh my god! Whole New Society.
Oh my gosh! But Whole New Society,
right?
Okay,
right in front of the boss.
So we expect between the maze phase and that zone reset to be a 2-minute deficit. So if Whole New Society gets a first-time Tavakai here,
if he gets a first time,
fine. That said, 670 HP.
If he gets
his resistances are totally fine. He has a shield equipped to be able to do raised
shield. Caster's Curse.
On his left thing there. Man, if short fuse is the tech, I'm upset.
It might make the difference here though, right? Because this is where he does need the damage, and Gormus, he's nearby, and yes, there is a gap between them, but it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It's just about the gap that we were talking about in when it comes to the death penalty, right? Huge slam coming out, dodges it perfectly.
Whole New Society is what? The first thing where those sorts of animations where he summons the cone shapes of Jade Spires, Whole New Society is face rolling through them instead of moving off to the side, which is a very unusual way to bait that attack animation. Again, Whole New Society, an idiosyncratic iconoclast thinker, where he's approaching these fights differently than I would see any other top racer bait these attack cycles. This is a fascinating approach. I don't really have much to say about it. A clean phase 1, avoids the stun right at the end, and this is on a very low tooltip DPS.
If we can just, while this is happening, can we just check out where Angormus is? Is he Close. He hasn't quite started his fight yet.
No,
Okay, we
he
can.
isn't.
He is close, however.
He's
We
not
can go
that
back to whole new
close.
society. This is where the cookie crumbles for so many of our players.
Dude,
This
I mean, this
phase
is a
two. How
tough fight, man.
dangerous
This is
is
a
it going
tough
to be?
fight.
So far,
I'm not
he's
just saying
fully
this
in
because I
control.
died them like
Yes,
3
Crimson
times in
mentioned he's got some
hardcore.
unorthodox
This is a tough fight.
dodges here, but it might potentially just pay off if he's
Ooh.
got the resistances, if he's
Okay,
got the
big dodges, big
survivability, if he
dodges.
doesn't get hit. Will this YOLO low-level strategy finally work out for whole new society
Like, if you
and
don't have
get
the
him
damage with
not just
Tavakai,
rank
he
1
kind
mercenary,
of
but rank
can
1
do some
overall?
bullshit.
Super clean
He
so
really
far.
can
Heading
do
over
bullshit.
soon into the first phase as I potentially cast our
Like, if you
little
burst him
bit,
down,
misses
right?
out
Who
on
the fuck
some damage,
cares?
but the
But if he
short
can't
fuse
do that,
comes in
this guy
clutch. Boss
kind
barely doesn't manage to
of.
move
He
out of
kind
this
of. Oh
AoE.
my god, his
The
mana's
mana
low,
flasks,
guys. His
though,
mana
they're
flasks.
looking scary. Will he be
It's
able to get
looking
enough
really
damage here
scary.
to actually take down this boss as a whole? The sun comes out, and that's going to be
Can't wait for
phase.
0.5 news.
His
Same.
mana
It should
flask,
be coming this
however.
week. Well, at least our
Crimson, can he
first
do
teaser.
this?
Oh, he could definitely do this. He may need to do a
Happy
little bit
birthday,
of
thank
unorthodox
you.
stuff in order to get through it. One thing I want to point out, he got the best possible attack cycle from Tavakai in the beginning, where Tavakai was baited into the corner and then summoned those spirals of blood spikes. Ordinarily, that animation by itself is long enough for a grenade mercenary to completely phase the boss through it, and instead, Whole New Society, on his lower DPS,
Does it
had
really
to
release a new
dodge
weapon
through
again?
those
I
various
think they
other
will.
raining
I think they will.
animations in order to get
And
through it,
I
but
think it
he
will.
wasn't able to get a clean phasing there.
I think there'll be a new
However,
class and new
Angormus
weapon.
is just exactly behind him, entering phase 2 there, and you can see Giluo on the Infernalist here. So if Whole New Society does not clear through this phase 3 quite clearly, then we're going to see a very close race. Rise, if you want to shoutcast through this phase 3, I'm more than happy to let you do it.
This is everything for whole new society. He is so close.
Oh!
We've seen he's dead. Just like that. Phase 3 claims his life.
I'm more than happy
Does
to
that
let you do
one
it.
shot him?
This is everything for whole new society. He is so close.
Oh!
We've seen he's dead. Just like that. Phase 3 claims his life. Would Angormus be able to
It's a
finish
two-man
this?
race between Giluo and Angormus now. They're both in phase 2 at the same time,
Dude,
and
that's
Giluo has better
crazy.
tooltip DPS. This is going to be the most exciting race finish that we've had in racing so far. Angormus getting through this with superior physical damage, going to be able to carry through all of the rest of this phase, but Giluo is going to be able to position more
Angormus
safely
got
against
this
wide
though.
AoE
Come
slams
on.
with the range damage. Angormus enters phase 3, has the boss in the preferred position against the wall here, should be able to put down the 2 shield walls and be able to get through all of this quite cleanly on the phase 3. But we see the phase 3 enter here from Giluo as well. I can't believe
Crimson,
that.
he's yapping. He's going in
I
there.
can't believe this. They're going to enter within 5 seconds of each other. Oh my gosh, I simply cannot believe this. Go Giluo, go Angormus. Oh my god. I can't believe it. The Caster's Curse is real. Whole New Society steps on top of a blood spike, an uncharacteristic mistake in phase 3 Tavakai. He has very clean fight execution through all of Act 3 before that, and Angormus gets the bug where you see the 2 HP bars at the top of the screen. And if Angormus can survive through this, he does have a 10-second advantage. Will Giluo's slightly superior DPS be enough to get through this here? Angormus has it all the way through here in the Solar Orb in the middle of this. He does have a gap in those blood spikes where he's standing right now. Should be able to dodge all the way through this, and is safely through the Solar Orb. Will be able to get through this, and Angormus will be able to bring down the top all the way down, and we did! Angormus wins! Angormus win! Oh my gosh! And Giluo right behind, going to be able to get through this in the next 10 seconds. We're going to see Giluo with this high strength finish going to be able to finish the fight. Is he going to be able to do this? Has a slow animation there. Will be able to bring this in. Giluo only 10 seconds behind. I can't believe this. The closest race that we've ever had.
That is
oh my god!
Crazy.
All this build up for Giluo, the huge damage that we kept talking about, it still was not enough to keep up with Angormus's output. The shield strategy lands, and Angormus will be rank 1, now realizing the whole new society has in fact died, and he was competing for first overall. Amazing stuff from all of our players here. Unfortunate outcome for whole new society. His strategy took him so far, but at the end of the race, it was not far enough.
The mighty...
Dude, that is crazy. But, man... I'm gonna be honest, though. I thought Giluo was gonna be a little bit closer. I thought Giluo was going to be a little bit closer. He was moving at a speed that was like, absolutely insane. But man, shield wall just busted. Shield wall just busted. I think if the speedrun continues further, Giluo would have blasted him. Yeah, I mean, he's got way more damage. He really does. Yo, Mr. Moonbat, thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate it. We're going to watch it. It's just on the Path of Exile Twitter. Or sorry, not Twitter, Twitch. Let's put it here. Absolute cinema, dude. That was insane. And then, of course, WNS still not even out of the death penalty zone. He's not even out of purgatory yet. Yeah, sad for WNS, dude. Oh man, what could he have even done in that situation? Like, what could he have
Gilo's
realistically
Haley
done
Slam
to like not
just
get
exactly
killed
behind
here?
him, entering phase 2 there, and you can see Gilo on the Infernalist here. So if Whole New Society does not clear through this phase
Dude, it
3
just
quite
sucks because he
clearly,
has like no
then
mana
we're going to see a very
because
close
his
race.
mana
Rise, if you want to
potions are
shoutcast through
just
this phase 3, I'm more
struggling.
than happy to let you do it.
This is everything
I
for
think
Whole
he
New
would have had
Society.
to.
He is
Through
Yeah,
this
so
phase
he
3
would have
quite
had to
clearly,
not stand in
then
melee
we're going to see a
range
very
here.
close race. Rise, if you want to shoutcast through this
I'm
phase 3, I'm
assuming
more
he
than happy
could
to
have
let you do it.
like not been in
this
melee
is
range in this
everything for Whole New
situation.
Society. He is so close. We've
Yeah,
seen
like if he, I don't know, may like that's my guess. Of course, I'm not a speedrunner. I mean, heck of a, I barely
he's
even know what this
dead!
guy does.
Just like that.
I barely know what this guy does. So it's like, could he have like moved a little bit further? He could be top guy died 5 more times.
At phase 3,
first amongst the worst. Really?
ran out. Stalking the players once.
Let's see. Let's see.
Different
Right.
players. Kiom.
So he's
50
going
second time
through.
loss to Ascend on a class that has vastly superior defenses in Act 3 and 4. Gilo finishes 14 seconds behind
Got
rank
robbed
1
by the
with a
casters.
5-minute 50-second
Happy birthday!
time
Thank you,
loss
thank
to
you, thank
Ascension.
you for the
That is a
95 watch
completely
streak. Holy
absurd
crap!
performance from Giluo. That's
And
not just the item RNG that I talked about earlier, because everyone had good item RNG today. All of our top 5 players had great crossbows,
Oh my
great stabs,
god,
great shields.
dude, he is getting
That's a
kind of
nuts
bopped
performance
right now.
to lose 5 minutes
He's
and 50
getting
seconds to time
extremely
loss. I would
bopped.
love to see Giluo on a non-ascension class. I can't believe what this would be an obscene race. What a
he really
crazy
adjusted
race
his
day.
play at some point. He realized that he's really far ahead of the next witch, and he can actually go for rank 1. And you could see that he started to take risks. He went really
Yo,
hard.
Mr. Legendary, thank you for the daily
and
bit.
it didn't
Thank you,
quite
thank
get
you.
rank 1, but 14 seconds, that's something that sets him up not just nicely for the next week's race, but also for the upcoming ExileCon qualifiers. An amazing performance from Giluo. And also, I mean, yeah, we do have kind of the difference in approaches, right? With the Chinese players kind of choosing a little bit different strategies and a difference in communication between them as Whole New Society now gets over to the
Phasing.
third phase. So
Yeah.
this was the sketchy part for him. Luxian on the mercenary, still potentially threatening, Whole New Society, right? Luxian now beginning first phase Tavukai. If Whole New Society dies again, he won't just lose the race overall. He might even lose the mercenary demigods.
But we can see Whole New Society spinning for good luck. You know, we got to spin for good luck. And now we're into phase 3. Meanwhile, Luxian, I'm taking a look at his gear. Thank you to production for getting me a link here.
Dude, he doesn't even have like upgraded HP
Has
pots.
a pretty
Dude, he's
good
missing
level
like
30.
if you look at WNS, like I'm assuming maybe it's because he's low level. That's why his HP pots are so much worse. Like his potions are so much worse. But he has worse potions on both HP and MP in this
So his
fight.
damage floor will be much higher. His defense is, however,
and MP
pretty
is so
similar.
important for
Resistances in the
Merc.
low teens across the board for Luxian. So Whole New
He's not level
Society,
30 yet.
much lower tooltip DPS, but similar
Damn.
overall defense. And so Whole New Society just needs to avoid those blood spikes.
Wait, 30?
He should be able
I think you're way higher than 30 at this
here.
point,
Looks
right?
like he has a large gap.
Oh, the freeze
Ooh,
with the
makes a
follow-up
slam. And so Whole New Society just needs to avoid those blood spikes. He should be able to survive.
Oh, dude, the freaking little, because he has such low HP, the little frozen little things are stunning him, so he can't like roll out, and then he just gets absolutely dunked.
The freeze with
Holy
the follow-up slam.
Because I don't think he got frozen, right? I don't think he got frozen.
Avoid those blood spikes. He should be able to survive here. Looks like he has a large gap.
Oh, the freeze with the follow-up slam.
He resets through this.
Wait, did he actually?
Now we've got a two-man shoutcast between the two of them. Whole New Society died. Oh my god! And Luxian's going to take rank 1.
Damn, WNS. Yeah, I guess the low-level strat wasn't it. The low-level strat wasn't it, man. Like the gatekeeper, Tavakai, coming in just fucking dunking his ass. He didn't pull the shield out in time. It was 125. Well, thank you, Legendary. Happy birthday, thank you. He fumbled the worst place. It's a skill issue. Oh man, at this level, I feel like these guys are all like skilled enough to where they're probably not getting skilled issue like multiple times in a row.
Phase 3. armor and stun threshold nodes.
You
So
would have easy
Ranger,
hit
similar overall
there.
strategy
All
to
right,
what you would see
all
on a
right,
mercenary,
whatever
but
you say,
slightly
sir.
takes a slightly longer time to get online for a
You
very
probably got
similar
to
strategy there.
beat Talakai's ass in practice, but
We
I
don't
call
win.
Caster's
Finishes
curse.
just like that. Meanwhile, we
Caster's
does
curse.
result in
All right, let's see. Does
Understand it.
WNS
done
die
that
again?
those pre-planted grenades doing work. There's many spikes on the ground. He's kind of in a dangerous position here. Must dodge out of that big beam. Steps away from the crystals. The explosion comes out. Doesn't get hit by the slam. Doesn't get hit by those crystals that have killed him previously. Perfect positioning. Remaining in the upper left
I mean, he's
corner
looking good
allows
here, but he's
him
out of mana.
to continue to put out
Ooh.
maximum damage with the
Oh,
AoE from the grenades.
dude,
Gets
I'm
frozen.
telling you. Do you see, like, normally this wouldn't happen if you're
Remaining in
high
the
enough
upper
level,
left corner
but you see the
allows
freaking ice
him
shards, the moment he
to
pops that
continue to
shit,
put
right,
out
it just keeps
maximum
stunning
damage
his
with
ass.
the AoE from the grenades. Gets frozen by the rain. Doesn't manage to get that shield quickly enough. I think this is a gap in his cold resistance. Second time that this happens now, unfortunately. We've seen this strategy for many of our players. Instead of itemizing around cold resistance for that
I see
dangerous
Crimson in every race
blizzard
cursing the
attack,
leader.
they just put up their shield. But when this ability is paired up with the big slam coming out from the boss, you simply get your defenses broken through and you die immediately as you either
It's
freeze.
actually Jover, man.
So
It's
traditional Ember
actually
Fusillade, but with a view
Jover.
of the tree. How here is that, but better. We have a battle
It's
from Bunka
actually
being through the
Jover.
It's still has to do on the screen. Look to
orb of storms.
Leru.
It's
There's one.
actually
No,
Jover. And he
Now
beats
he
him
plays-
here.
Thank
He
you.
beats him there, but man, that was whoo, that was rough. LeBron, I feel for your April Fool's Frank. Frank, what do you mean by that? Losing the event or having Rise slay you, which is worse? Man, that I feel the pain right there. Oh, you fell. Oh, you fell. Yeah, a lot of people fell for it, man. A lot of people fell for it. The secret third thing having me so flame you. No, I would never flame anybody. I'm not that type of guy. Happy birthday, champ. Thank you. So boss still damage changes based off your level? No, I don't think it based off your level. But what I'm saying is, like, what I was saying earlier is your stun threshold and your ailment threshold is based off of your max HP, right? So it's based off your max HP. So the more HP you have, the higher stun threshold and ailment threshold you have. Because he was lower level, it meant that he had lower HP, which meant that his stun threshold and ailment threshold was lower, causing the little ice spikes, which normally wouldn't stun you that often, to be stunning him like a ton. So we return to Po 2. Yep, back to Po 2. By the way, guys, if you guys were, I don't know how many of you guys know this, but me and Gormus Crimson DM and Try, we did it like a little last minute impromptu podcast after our podcast last week, and Try posted it on his secondary channel. If you guys are interested, if you guys, any of you guys are podcast enjoyers and you haven't listened to that, definitely take a look and listen. It was a good one. I finished the race or start watching it right now. I was just watching the last, basically, Act 4. What's the plan for Po 2 today? Well, I have one more video I want to watch. And then after that, we are going to go and do some campaign. I'm going through Hollow Palm again because I haven't visited. It's been a while since I revisited Hollow Palm. It's funny and some good takes. Can you play a Sork? No, not using Chaos Spell? I don't think so, man. That's tough. Especially for leveling. Yeah, this is another video I wanted to watch. The state of Po 2 after 1 year of early access retrospective by our boy Mr. Blazeworks TV. He's been pumping out some quality videos. Watched it earlier today. Your title's wrong. You turned 31. No. I'm 21. I'm 21. Mercado. Thank you. No, I'm 21. I'm 21. My birthday? Can we get a mirror at Po 2 and Po 2? Congrats on the birthday. Thank you. So ready for point 5? I am as well. I mean, we are supposed to get an up. Well, I don't know about supposed to, but we are very likely. We are very likely going to be getting a teaser this week. We're very likely going to be getting a teaser this week. It's going to be the initial. What the fuck is this? Bro, I fell for that shit. I fell for that shit. What the fuck? I fell for that shit hard. What the hell? I look down in the corner of my eye, I see this bullshit. I'm like, wait a second. What the heck is that? X is a bad place. I don't believe you. Gooner, no. It's not. It was a very weirdly angled, very weirdly angled. Can we see what your horse girls say to you for your birthday? What the hell? What's that? But yeah, if we go to Path of Exile, right? We should be getting our first teaser this week. It's not going to be anything crazy. It's just probably going to be like the image teaser. So if we scroll down to the Druids, what was the first teaser for Last of the Druids that we got? Was it this? Was it? I think this was the first one. Was this the first one? Or did we get other ones? Don't think so. I feel like they usually post like an image. But according to this, that was the first teaser. Getting a teaser, the name reveal a week after that, content reveal a week after the name reveal. Yeah, so it should be, what is it? So November 20th, and the league itself came out December 12th or something like that. All right, December 12th is when the thing came out. So if we go by that, we should be getting either, it should be, well, it just depends, right? It depends when the league comes out. If it comes out first week of May, we'll get the teaser next week. If it comes out last week of April, we'll get the teaser this week. All right? I think so. So depending on when it comes out, we should be getting a teaser this week or next week. So we'll see. Teaser name content update day 4 weeks. Happy birthday, thank you. These are probably like a 5-second vague clip. I mean, I don't know. This is what we got. It's not. It wasn't that vague last. It wasn't that vague last league.
Colder, but there are
Happy birthday, thank you.
Back.
This is what we got last league. That was not vague at all. O'Neal stretch it too far. So I'm 50-50 on the teaser this week. Yeah, it's either be this week or next
Jonathan
week.
Rogers, game director on Path of Exile 2. In 3 weeks, we'll be launching The Last of the Druids, our third major addition to Early Access. Join us on the 4th of December for GGG Live, where we'll be revealing everything we have in store. If you haven't gotten a key for Early Access yet, then good news. We'll be having a free weekend alongside the launch. Players on all platforms including Steam, Xbox,
You think that had something to do with that we're
PS5.
begging for Druid? No, we can even go like to the previous league. Well, we can hop out into the previous league. We'll take a look at what Rise of the Abyssal gave us. Yo, Radion with a 2. Thank you, thank you, thank you. An energy drink. I'm not much of an energy drink drinker, but I'll get something with it. Thank you. So, was this the first one? I think this was the first one. Right? Well, this was the first one. Well, the thing is, this we didn't have a new class for this.
To save humanity.
We didn't have a new class for this, right? And that's why they did that. But if we go all the way back to 0.2, I think the first teaser for 0.2 was the Amazon, the Huntress. Like, if we have a new class, I think we'll get something more concrete, is my assumption. Because that's what it was for 0.2, I'm pretty sure. Where did they have the first thing for 0.2? This one, yeah. See, look, this was the first one for 0.2.
Spirit guide us.
And this was and this was
The
Huntress.
mountain born. With spear and cunning. A new hunt dawns.
It's easier to watch it on the YouTube channel? I guess so. But yeah, so this was 0.2. So you can see that this came out. This was very clear what it was. And I think that my guess is that we will be getting a new class for this next update. So I think we will probably get some more clear video. It won't be like 0.3 where it's like the scene from end of Act 4. It'll be a class teaser. Happy birthday. I don't say your April Fool's video got me. Yo, thank you, Shark. 0.2 is Chamling Legionnaire filter. Based on the shadow spoil in the build showcase, how likely do you think we get 2 classes in 0.5? Well, I don't even think the shadow thing was a spoiler. Like, we can go to the video. Like, we can literally go to the video, right? And where was it?
Easy to increase its level. Mods like this, as a way of increasing debuff and gem tags that it's therefore the double gem level even more. Basement in here. From that point on, round as it buffs, companions get the faster and some rage-friendly support gems, a cluster of passive nodes, plus
Happy
the berserk
birthday,
buff.
thank you.
Cost of some life for each second.
Grass on Unk status? What are you talking about? 21.
Making use of the Blood Moon MTX. Perfect by Raging Cry and support gem to cause our wolf minion's death, then using the dog world. What weapon set
Where does he talk
to
about the
lecture
shadow?
for
I
this
forget.
interesting take on a minion build? There's no feeling quite like watching your faithful wolf back tearing your enemies apart while you sit back.
Yeah,
and
it only
pick
covers that
dog-related
Shadow's a
parts.
future class.
This build uses a wide variety of mechanics. Shapeshifting,
And we'll watch her at the
walk ride.
beginning, all right? Because I don't know where it is.
So, how do we go from being a lone wolf to having a team full of earbuds? Counts as a travel skill that damages and marks an enemy. When you kill that marked enemy, you'll
Have
summon
fun
a
with
wolf to your
Gaz's
pack.
minion pack build. I'll play the thing
With
again.
enough gem levels, which we'll get into later, we can get a total of 8 wolves this way. And as the saying goes, inside you there are 2 wolves. So, in addition to Pounce, we are also running Wolf Pack. This is a reservation skill that grants its own doggy daycare. So some of the
Kinda
wolves you are
leak insider
seeing
info.
are
I
summoned
wish
by
I
the
had
Pounce
some.
skill and some from the Wolf Pack skill. This will be important to note for later. Lecture has heavily invested into gem levels as a way of increasing both the damage and quantity of wolves at the same time. The key here is the weirdness of Pounce. It is simultaneously a travel, mark,
Search for
melee,
transcript.
debuff,
True.
and minion skill.
You're right.
Lecture describes Pounce as the Swiss Army knife of skills. But this is a poor analogy, because Rayclass does not have any Swiss, or
there
much
it
in the
is.
way of, at least until we release the Shadow one day, but anyway,
See,
or
look.
much in the way of armies, or even knives, at least until we release the Shadow one day.
It's just, yeah, exactly. At least until we release the Shadow one day, right? I don't think that's much of a spoiler saying, like, oh, Shadow's coming this patch. It's just saying, like, spoiler alert, Shadow's a class that's going to be coming out one of these days. That's what I read it as. So I don't think it's, like, a real, like, indicator of Shadow is potentially coming. Sound like Shadow's, I mean, it's confirmed, but it's not confirmed for next patch. Looks fun. Red is on Templar, the first new Legacy class. I think it's Duelist. It's just pure gut feeling, but I think it's Duelist. We all knew the unreleased class story. I mean, of course we knew, but it's just he just threw it in there as like a, oh, here's like a whatever. I don't think it's like any, like, you know, I don't think it means anything. I don't think we should read deeply into it. Nothing's really confirmed. We have the announcement. Nope. They need to fix melee before Shadow. I mean, melee is so hard to fix. It just is. Just in ARPG, inherently, melee is almost always going to have a disadvantage against ranged. Got a Reddit post with announcement, live reveals for comparison as like the total days that we got, which we got reveals. Melee's 5 using at Gorm. I mean, that's campaign. In the end game, melee heavily falls off. Do you think they will touch rage in 0.5? I don't think so. Maybe they might touch like how you generate rage in like the campaign, because right now, like, most people are running the bear form talisman for the campaign to just get easy rage with the war cry, but I don't think that they're going to touch how rage works. Grimdawn did a good job making melee feel good. I mean, it's not about feeling good or bad, it's just being like how competitive it is in compared to range. But yeah, the issue with melee is that with the fact that heralds kind of got like gutted, it's so much easier to blow up an entire screen as a range character compared to a melee character, because there's no way for you to like proliferate and chain like explosions with melee, but with range, since your shots just go across the screen, you can blow up the entire screen like that. We're gonna make a duelist build now? What the heck? I don't even know if it does come out, I don't even know what skills are gonna be. 21, like a leak in your drink? Yeah, dude, I had my first shot ever earlier tonight, yep. Well, the spirit seal lets you regen rage. I forgot it costs 100 spirit. I mean, that's such a heavy cost, though. It's such a heavy cost. I think it's called like Eternal Rage or something. I hope they bring Scion or Templar to Po2. Well, they're definitely not bringing Scion anytime soon. But Templar is slated to come to Po2. I said it. I mean, I said that I'm thinking it's going to be Duelist. I don't know if it's going to be Duelist. And also, I can't make a Duelist build now. Like, literally, we don't know any skills. We don't know that the tree would change heavily down in the bottom side of the tree if Duelist was coming. Like, it's just hard to know. Your real guess, Marauder. A nice out of left field. I mean, I wouldn't mind it. I really wouldn't mind it. Hold up. I need to get something. I've realized I did not get extra water tonight. I need to go get some water. Be right back. Give me a second. When I come back, we'll watch the video. Alrighty. I'm back. My guy's 21. Yeah, of course. Of course. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, definitely 21. 100%. I look like 18. Yo, I ain't that young. I ain't that young. That's crazy. All right. So I was gonna watch this video with you guys, the state of Poe 2 after 1 year of early access retrospective. Let's watch this video by Mr. Blazeworks TV.
A little over a year ago, Path of Exile 2 entered early access with enormous expectations. After the initial reveal at ExileCon 2019 and the much more detailed re-reveal at ExileCon 2023, the community witnessed an evolution in the Path of Exile and ARPG genre as a whole. Slower, weightier combat, next-generation graphics, brutal bosses, and a completely new direction for the franchise. Then, on December 6, 2024, early access launched, and the real experience began.
Which patch had the best combat? Just combat? I liked 0.2.
4 major patches later, we've seen the hype, backlash, controversy, course correction, and the community trying to figure out what Path of Exile 2 actually wants to be. In this video, I'll be breaking down PoE 2's entire early access journey thus far. I've reviewed every keynote presentation, patch note, along with many videos, articles, and posts to provide you with the big picture on a patch-by-patch basis.
Wait, no way, spoiler! The villager of level 999 receives a TV anime? Holy, that's a crazy spoiler.
We'll be taking a look at what's changed, what's worked, and what didn't. And most importantly, highlighting the entire Path of Exile 2 early access journey to see where the game stands today. So lock in, Exiles, because we have a full inventory to unpack. Today, we are taking a deep dive into Path of Exile 2's 1 year early access journey and beyond. Enjoy the video. To understand where Path of Exile 2 stands today, we first have to travel back in time to when the hype began. It all started on November 15th, 2019 at ExileCon in Auckland, New Zealand. Chris Wilson, Eric Olafson and Jonathan Rogers walk on.
Damn, look how young Jonathan looks back then. Young Jonathan. Dude, he didn't have that touch of gray on his hair or anything like that. He's looking a little fit too. He's looking pretty fit in this. You know, I'm not saying he ain't fit today, but you know, man's definitely ain't looking the same as back in the day right now. Oh man.
Stage to announce and present
I'll
Path of
see
Exile
it,
2.
don't worry.
Not as a sequel in the traditional sense, but a massive evolution to the original game.
And we're really proud to finally reveal Path of Exile 4.0. When we finished developing 3.0, we knew that we couldn't extend Path of Exile's campaign forever. Adding more acts would make the game just too long before players got to maps. At the same time, we knew we really needed to bring the quality of Path of Exile's campaign up to a 2019 standard. We realized that we needed to make a new campaign. For years now, we've been wanting to make a sequel to Path of Exile. The problem with that, though, is that
Why did I think that was so funny?
2019 standard. We realized that we needed to make a new campaign.
Dude's like reading the script.
For years now, we've been wanting to make a sequel to Path of Exile. The problem with that, though, is that sequels split a community between two products. It's also hard for a sequel to compete with the amount of content and features that the original game has. We've just spent 6
Happy
years
birthday,
making
late,
expansions
congrats,
to Path
thank
of Exile.
you.
So imagine if we released a Path of Exile 2 and it was just a bare campaign with none of that extra content. This would be a sad shell of an action RPG compared to the current state of Path of Exile. It'd have none of the years of expansion content and improvements that make the game great.
In 2019,
The
Path of
day
Exile
D4
2
died,
was presented
dude.
originally as a 4.0 update for Path of Exile 1. It was a brand new campaign, which could be played in addition to the original Path of Exile 1 campaign. It featured new Ascendancy classes, a new skill gem and socket gem system, improved graphics, rigging and animations, and shapeshifting.
Happy
All while
birthday,
having the
thank you,
multitude of
thank you.
systems, features, and mechanics that have been added to Path of Exile over the entire course of its development. Oh, and they also announced Path of Exile Mobile.
Yo, log in,
Course of its
boys!
development.
Path of Exile
Oh,
Mobile!
and they also announced Path of Exile.
Hell yeah, baby! Oh my god. This is the true sequel to Path of Exile 1. Dude, Path of Exile 2, get that shit out of here. Path of Exile Mobile is where it's at. Dude, I can't wait, man. I can't wait. You know, I bought this just for this day. Oh, fuck. All my stuff's falling over. Crap. Look at it. Here it is. I bought this shit right here just for this day. Look at this. Look at this. I bought this. The backbone. Just for this day. The day that we're getting Path of Exile Mobile, I will be the best Path of Exile gamer out there, baby. Sheesh. We had to buy back. What a coward! Oh no. This is I've been prepping, guys. Since I heard about this, I got that. I got it. AC, happy birthday! Thank you. So we're gonna appreciate it. Have a good night. The fuck is that? I mean, you do this, bro. You take your phone, right? You take your phone and you slap this on this thing, and then you get your gaming phone. You're gaming. Where's your TTS? It played. It just played. But on that day, the USB-C will be outdated. Nah. Path of Exile Mobile is coming out this year, guys. I guarantee you, ExileCon is going to announce, right? They're going to announce 3 things. Or they're going to announce 1, Path of Exile 2 1.0. They're going to announce 2, WASD for PoE 1. And number 3, Path of Exile Mobile is now released. And you can play it in the halls, the convention halls, starting now. And if you want to play it, if you're not in the convention, you need to pay $100 supporter pack, founders pack, to get into the early access for an extra week of play. Happy 40th, sir. I'm 21. Not for you guys? What the heck?
Mobile.
So needless to say, around a year ago, it became real difficult to announce that.
around a year ago.
Now,
it became
fast
really
forward 4
difficult
years
to
later
announce
at
that.
XLCon 2023, and this is when things really start to shape up for the game. This time, Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts take to the stage and announce many different aspects of the game during the course of the weekend. The first thing they said was a complete bomb drop.
When we announced Path of Exile 2 at XLCon 2019, we told you guys that we were releasing it as an expansion to PoE 1 and that both campaigns would be playable on the same game client with a shared endgame. But PoE 2's scope has continued to grow and grow, and it's far more than just an expansion with a new campaign. It has entirely new monsters, skills, mechanics, classes, everything you'd expect from the next generation of action RPGs. Not to mention revamps of most of the PoE 1 League content. This thing is just freaking huge. There was a point where we realized that our plan to replace PoE 1 with PoE 2 would essentially be getting rid of a game that people love for no real reason. So we made a decision. Path of Exile 1 and 2 will be separate with their own mechanics, balance, endgames, and leagues.
The game had shifted completely into being its own separate entity. The reason for this was that the scope of the project continued to grow over time, to the point where it didn't make sense for it to be tied to the original game anymore. Many other important aspects of the game were announced and elaborated on at XLCon 2023. Most notably, WASD and dodge roll, which go hand in hand with Path of Exile 2's entire combat philosophy. Their vision was a more deliberate and meaningful combat system that prioritized mechanical depth and clarity over raw.
Like, I don't know, guys. I don't think going forward, any ARPG should ever ship without WASD. I'll be honest. It is a night and day difference in terms of the game feel of playing a WASD ARPG versus a mouse and keyboard ARPG. I don't know. Maybe that's a hot take. Who knows? But I really think that going forward, there is no way that you can ever compete to be a top ARPG without WASD. People sort of WASD, yeah, all right, arrow keys. Our birthday, thank you. And you need to have attack while moving. Yes, exactly. And you need to be able to attack while moving. For anyone who says WASD isn't a big deal, you block them.
Speed. People often compare this philosophy to the Souls-like combat style. The uncut skill gem and updated skill gem system and UI were also displayed here, along with weapon swapping, weapon set passive points, and weapon-specific skills. Path of Exile 2's visuals also looked noticeably better than the 2029 showcase. The game looked gorgeous and truly looked like a next-generation ARPG. And finally, the bosses. And oh my god, they looked incredible.
Damn, this big boy was in the game since 2019? Holy.
GGG was working on a slew of different bosses for almost every area in the game. Fighting them required precise timing of mechanics, dodge windows, and enduring multiple phases in some cases. Despite the overwhelming excitement, the general consensus around Path of Exile 2 at XLCon 2023 was mixed but highly engaged. Many players were impressed by the visual upgrades, new animation systems, and more deliberate combat direction, praising the game's ambition and modern feel. However, the slower pacing and shift in design philosophy sparked concern among longtime PoE 1 veterans who worried about the loss of identity. Overall, the community's response could be best described as cautious optimism, excited by the potential, but waiting to see how it would play out in practice. After this, only one question remained. When was Path of Exile 2 officially going to release? That question was answered on August 20th, 2024 at Gamescom Opening Night Live.
Yes, we do have news on the
Oh no, Jeff Keighley. Oh bro. It's over. Jeff Keighley is going to come out at ExileCon this year. He's going to be the host and he's going to be like, "Welcome to Rayclast." And then it's like, "Oh no, not again. Don't do this. Don't kill us like Highguard."
early access date. Check this out.
The date in question was November 15th, 2024. The ambition was undeniable, But ambition doesn't always survive launch day. After being pushed back by a couple weeks, GGG's vision was finally realized. Path of Exile 2 released into early access on December 6, 2024. Is your computer struggling like someone trying to play Path of Exile from Europe? Mine was. It was lagging, freezing, and crashing. So I finally decided it was time to stop playing to RNG and actually do something about it. Then I met Icon Digital, the sponsor of today's video. Icon is a free monitoring and optimization app that treats every PC like a top-tier system. It highlights the diagnostics, treats every PC like a top...
Bro, I don't know about you guys, but my PC doesn't look like that. Does that mean my PC's garbage? Does that mean I don't have a top-tier system?
System. It highlights the diagnostics of your
looks like
CPU,
a black box.
GPU, RAM, and thermals, and uses less of your CPU than your taskbar clock. With the single press of a button, you can perform one-step optimizations.
Your GPU doesn't have racing stress is bad? Damn.
If your PC needs extra help,
I need to get a better
live
PC,
service
man.
technicians can connect to your system remotely while you watch.
I thought I thought I had a good PC when I bought a
repair
5090,
and restore
but
system performance.
I guess
Shout
I need
out
the
to
racing
Zudo,
stripes.
who helped me personally. That guy's a legend. Navigating my PC problems was a total
Is that a
skill
waifu
issue.
sitting on my
Let the pros at
graphics card? I
buff
wish.
your PC. Use the link in the video description to
I don't have
download
room because I don't use
Icon
I don't
app
use a
for
liquid
free.
cooler.
And
I
if you
use
wanna
a
subscribe
like
to
an
the
actual
membership, use
fan.
code
And as a result,
BlazeWorksTV
my
at
PC has
checkout
like no
for
room on top of the
10%
graphics
off
card.
your subscription. With that out of the way, let's get back to the video. The time had finally come. After 5 years of announcements, reveals, and teasers, Path of Exile 2 was playable to the public. It took the world by storm and saw massive viewership on Twitch at over 1 million people at the peak of its viewership. With regards to players, just shy of 580,000 people logged in to try the game for the first time on Steam alone, making it the most successful and played PoE launch in the franchise's history, surpassing any Path of Exile 1 league to date. It also left a lot of room for excitement down the road. At launch, you had 6 playable classes to dive into: the Warrior, Mercenary, Ranger, Sorceress, Witch, and Monk. Each of these classes brought unique playstyles to the table. The campaign gave us Acts 1 through 3, which you had to tackle twice in order to reach the end game. First on normal, then on cruel difficulty, and honestly, this narrative and campaign was already a massive highlight for the game, with some of the most cinematic music, environments, and storytelling that I'd ever seen in an ARPG. Speaking of endgame, we actually got one at launch as well, and it came with a brand new Infinite Atlas, which was a sprawling, ever-expanding overworld with connected maps to explore.
Infinite Atlas, boo, boo. I don't care about the Atlas. I don't care about it. I think it's alright. I think it's alright. I think it's fine. Jonathan just needs to, rub a little spit on it. It's like when you fall and trip over and you get a wound, you just gotta spit on it a little bit. It gets better. That's basically Infinite Atlas. He's gotta lick it a little bit, and I think it'll be good very soon.
This was a huge departure from PoE 1's system, and it felt very exciting, but still very limited compared to the depth that players expected from the series. For those craving some of those familiar league mechanics, Breach, Expedition, Delirium, and Ritual were all live from day one, giving you some of that classic PoE flavor. When Path of Exile 2 hit early access, the hype was real, and it felt like GGG was really delivering that next level ARPG experience everyone had been waiting for. But as classic PoE launches go, things were far from flawless. Server crashes, insane login queues, and support headaches quickly tested players' patience. Once inside the game, the community started speaking up. Balance fell off, the difficulty curve was brutal, progression was slow, and the loot RNG still left a lot to be desired.
I mean, I understand, like, how to say it? It's like, I do remember people saying that the game was really hard when it first came out, and rightfully so, but at the same time, I don't think it's actually that hard. If you go and talk to Angormus, right, and he chatted about this in our latest pod, he's like, no, the campaign has always been easy, bro. Like, the campaign has always been easy. It got easier over time, but even at day one, it was pretty dang easy. it just, I think people just needed to learn the campaign a little bit more, learn the fights, learn the bosses, and then your next playthrough, the next season, even if they never like buffed skills and made the bosses weaker, which they did, I think it would have been fine. I don't know. I feel like GGG might have like they might have jumped the gun a little bit too much, too early, and nerfed it a little bit too much, because I do think it was pretty fun to go up against these bosses and just get your ass clapped, your cheeks clapped, and then learn it, and then finally overcome it, and then in the future you pretty much like don't have that much trouble with it. But because that's kind of is what Path of Exile 2 is about. It's always been about boss fights. They've advertised it since the beginning, be like, you got these really cool boss fights, and that's why we got this dodge roll, because we want you to be able to dodge attacks and, you know, make these cool and fun fights. But the bosses right now are kind of a joke a lot of times. They made it casual playable, but I don't even think that's like the case. I think it's always been relatively casual friendly, but it just, you know, some people need to take 5 times, like die 5 times, and then finally beat it, as opposed to sub, which die 2 times or 3 times, and then eventually it gets better and better. It's the whole argument that I had the other time when we were talking about it on the podcast. Like, it's not a 1-to-1, right? Dark Souls is not Path of Exile, but they were kind of going for more of like this like hard, difficult boss fight. You'd be running your head against it, you're ramming your head against it a couple times before you beat it. It's like in Dark Souls and Elden Ring, people die to these bosses hundreds of times, and it's still not like a hardcore game, I'd say. Like, it's got a big audience for a reason, because it does reach that more casual audience. So I do think that they might have jumped the gun a little bit and made these fights a little bit too easy, especially in the campaign. Like, endgame is always going to be, you're going to scale to a point where you're just one-shotting these guys, right? You're going to be doing a ton of damage. Maybe not always one-shotting, but at least trivializing the bosses if you have a really good build. But at least during the campaign, I feel like they should keep the bosses at a relatively, you know, high bar for like player power versus boss power. The fact that you speedrun at all level 25 to 25 shows how easy it is. Yeah, exactly.
And the endgame? Yeah, that was one of the biggest pain points. Compared to PoE 1, it felt like a bare bones, undercooked, and entirely unfinished empty shell, leaving players hungry for more content, meaningful changes, and ways to truly test their builds. People also absolutely hated the punishing death penalties, especially at the end game. If you thought,
like, what were they expecting? Were they expecting like a PoE 1 experience? I don't think so. I mean, if you did, you're a fucking idiot, because the game is in early access.
Losing XP wasn't enough, players would also lose their juiced waystone and all of the existing map content on the particular map upon death as well. We called it the triple whammy, and it felt extremely bad. Bugs related to character movement, being pushed around by enemies constantly, and being blocked and surrounded were other really annoying issues. One other major piece of feedback was the state of melee in 0.1, particularly with the warrior and mace skills. Despite PoE 2 being sold to us as a game that was going to incentivize melee being extremely viable, a combination of bad defenses, armor and life were terrible in 0.1, clunky skill animations, and slow movement speed made the warrior and maces feel awful compared to something like the Deadeye.
The warrior and mace skills, and sort of that side of the tree in particular, is in a state where it has the worst of all of them. So it has the worst of the defenses and armor, it has the worst effective HP in terms of life, and it has basically the worst offensive capabilities as well. So you can see why I'm feedbacking so hard in relation to this archetype.
Man, that's a brutal savaging, but I suppose I can't necessarily disagree with any of those any of those assessments.
This was also exacerbated in the Trial of Sekimas. These builds relied on being able to endure damage instead of avoid it, making ascending...
Jonathan was literally sitting there sweating. Every single time, like every word that DM was saying, it's like, warriors are the worst defense. You get the vine boom, dong, and then he gets to sweat down his forehead. Every single one of those.
Extremely difficult. Patch 0.1 definitely had a handful of builds stealing the spotlight and
Hey, birthday,
fueling
thank you.
endless forum debates. Cast on Free's Comet kicked things off as an absolute monster, tearing through content. So much so that GGG nerfed it mid-league.
Wow. Cast on Freeze Comet was ridiculous in 0. Oh, man. Some things don't change. Some things don't change. Do you not play 0.1? I did.
The only time in PoE2 history that a skill got hit mid-season, sparking furious backlash across Reddit and the forums. Meanwhile, Ice Strike Invoker carved out a nice niche as a melee powerhouse, blending freezing effects with insane clear speed, staying strong throughout the early days of the league. The stat-stacking Gemling Legionnaire with Tempest Flurry pushed the limits even further, combining items like Pillar of the Caged God, Hands of Wisdom in Action, and Astramentus to achieve a crazy attack speed and lightning damage. Players also got creative with double Herald setups, chaining Herald of Ice and Lightning to clear entire screens. And for those who loved fast, no-fuss gameplay, Lightning Arrow Deadeye and Spark Stormweaver offered 1 or 2 button setups, letting you steamroll maps while keeping things simple. Something the devs weren't always thrilled about, but the players absolutely loved. Next up, let's break down the key updates that shaped 0.1 after launch. Early patches from 0.1.
Funny how look at the wiki looks at us. Well, the thing is, I'm assuming that this was at, what was it?
And Astramentus
This was
to achieve a crazy
you're
attack
right. This
speed
was
and
T3
lightning
sesh.
damage. Players also got creative
I thought
with
this was
double
T4
Herald
Zash, but this is
setups,
only T3.
chaining Herald of
Actually, it might
Ice
have been
and light
T2.
gameplay
It might have actually been T2
maps
Zash.
while keeping things simple. Something the devs weren't always thrilled about, but the players absolutely loved. Next up, let's break down the key updates that shaped 0.1 after launch. Early patches from 0.1 all the way through to 0.1F were all about making the game feel smooth, responsive, and player-friendly.
Dude, I'm gonna be
after
honest.
launch, about making the early
Look at
patches from
this.
0.1 all.
Who the fuck is using this skill like this? GGG put this in the game. It's like, yeah, people are totally gonna sit there and cast their Comet like that. Just do a little fancy flip and like kill one white monster on the screen like that. Man, that's definitely the way that people are gonna be using Comets. No way did they think anybody was gonna sit here and do that shit.
All the way through to
Holy.
0.1F were all about making the game feel smooth, responsive, and player-friendly. The dodge roll got a huge quality of life tweak. They made your character now shrink to size 0 mid-roll, letting you slip through those tight spaces.
Oh, you know
Push
what?
aside-
You're right. I'm wrong. You know why? They expected Chronomancer to be meta, guys. They expected Chronomancer to be meta. They wanted to come here like, look, you freeze all the enemies, then you could do your fucking ballerina spin jump in the air, triple Lutz.
letting you
fucking,
slip through those tight
and
spaces.
drop down the combo.
Push aside
afterwards.
tiny enemies,
Also, what
0
the fuck was
mid-roll.
this?
letting
What is this combo? You freezes the
slip through-
screen into an ice nova.
those
Huh?
tight spaces. Push aside tiny enemies and survive swarms.
All right, GGG.
Does anybody remember getting swarmed by the beetles in Keth?
Don't throw
Passive
hate on my
block was also
beloved useless
improved to
Chrono.
work from all directions. Fast travel was added between area checkpoints, and respecking passives got way cheaper, finally letting players experiment with builds without going broke. Then came patch 0.01, the first big endgame focus update. Base
How's it,
tower
Crimson?
layouts, which everyone hated, were completely overhauled with 4 brand new tower maps. Citadels were easier to spot in the Atlas, and checkpoints were added straight into map areas as well. Pinnacle
birthday,
bosses
thank
got
you.
reworked too, now allowing multiple attempts per tier, easing the frustration of one-shot resets. Basically, the 0.01 patch took the shaky endgame and made it playable, smoother, and far less punishing, while setting the stage for bigger expansions down the road. Overall, the general sentiment from the player base was slightly mixed about Path of Exile 2's 0.1 early access release. There's no denying it was a massive success from a financial and player number standpoint.
$22 billion in 3 fucking hours!
Players were flooding in to play the game and loved the beautiful world that GGG had created here. It had some serious potential in core systems, but many people were critical of the flat endgame, mid-league nerfs, slow pacing, and very punishing death penalties in the endgame.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I always say this, but the reason why the mid-league nerfs were so negatively received was not because they nerfed mid-league. I don't think people overall like are super against mid-league nerfs. Everybody's gonna be unhappy about it, right? People are gonna playing that skill. They're gonna be unhappy that their build gets nerfed. But I think the main issue and why there was so much blowback is because they literally nerfed things like 2 or 3 days after the game came out. Like people were like barely even hitting endgame at that point, and they were already nerfing stuff. Like, you know, let things cook. You know, something might look pretty strong right now, but as we will progress further and further into the end game, it might start falling off. It might start. The other things might start getting more strong, more powerful. Like they nerfed like gas grenade in the first week. I was like, huh? Why are you nerfing gas grenade? Like it's not even that good. Like look back onto it, and like gas grenade had nowhere. It was nowhere as good as what the crazy shit was in 0.1 with like the spark, with the you know, the herald chaining, tempest flurries, tat stacking, all that stuff. Like why would they nerf gas grenade in week 1? Like they should have 100% waited, let the dust settle a little bit, let the players figure things out, and then be like, hey guys, this is what we've noticed in early access. The first month of early access has been a smashing success. X amount of stats, Y amount of stats, Z amount of stats. But we have noticed a couple of builds are very overtuned for what we've wanted, you know, what we want from the game. And then you go like, okay, Comet, like cast on freeze Comet, cast on crit Comet, pretty crazy. Spark, absolutely insane. Stat stacking going out, you know, going absolutely insane. Yo, Mr. Guy That Dies, thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate it. Welcome. Hope you had a good stream. Good job on the race today. Sad about some of those deaths, but you know, it was a good showing regardless. Oh yeah, also Crimson, great casting today. Amazing casting. But yeah, I don't know. I just think that they should have just took it a little bit slow. They should have been like, all right, we'll let the players figure this out. Then we give them like an advance notice, like, hey, you know, we're gonna have a round of nerfs next week. It's gonna be on these couple builds because they are absolutely overperforming from where we want. It's not nerfing is never a fun thing, but this is early access and it kind of needs to be done. More casters cursing. They're gonna give a warning. Yeah, they usually do the announcements, right? They usually before any big patch, they usually do an announcement like, "Hey, here's what we're working on. Here's what's coming. Just a heads up, this is gonna happen." So the ice wall bug, there's no build in 0.1 that even came close to our damage. Yeah, I mean that was crazy too. They should have nerfed that. I was like, well, like earlier. They should have nerfed that earlier. Like the trample toe and the ice wall shit, that was insane. Talk to Rise is like consciously trying not to. No, you did a good job, man. You did a good job.
But if Grinding Gear thought players were critical of the game now, they had no idea what was in store for them in the next big content update, 0.2, The Dawn of the Hunt.
Oh, shit. Yeah, look at that clean desk.
No.
Look at that clean-ass desk.
I knew it was going to be bad, but oh my god.
Happy birthday, thank you.
What the actual All right, ladies and gentlemen, buckle up because this is where Path of Exile 2's early access starts to get a little bit dicey. On April 4th, 2025, Grinding Gear Games released the 0.2 Dawn of the Hunt update for Path of Exile 2. The patch peaked at just shy of 250,000 concurrent players on Steam, which was less than half of the initial amount at 0.1's launch. Despite its
I mean, that was gonna happen. Like, there's basically two spikes, right? And this is what happens with most games. It's like you have the initial early, if they have early access, right? If it's a popular game that's already had a lot of hype in the beginning, the early access initial release is going to have the biggest player count. And then another spike is going to be 1.0. Everything after that is going to, like, everything other than that are going to have overall lower. That's just kind of what happens. Happy birthday. Thank you.
Controversial reception, which I'll be discussing shortly.
Yo, Wisps, dude, the mechanic of the future right here. This is the future, guys.
Patch 0.2 was a significant content expansion for Path of Exile 2. It introduced the new Huntress class, along with 5 new ascendancies across multiple archetypes, like the Smith of Katava, Tactician, and Lich. Over 25 new skills were added, with many focused around the newly added Spear. Alongside these were 100 plus new support gems, the Buckler, and more than 100 new unique items. The endgame saw big additions as well, with 8 new unique maps, 4 unique strong boxes, and the introduction of Rogue Exiles, who are hostile NPC exiles who potentially use and drop unique gear. Except for whenever I fight them, they somehow made it all the way to T15 maps in all magic items. Asmirian Wisps were also introduced as roaming spirits that empower enemies for greater rewards, while 15 new socketable items expanded crafting depth. Another huge addition to the game was the redesigning of the endgame Atlas progression system. With 0.2, GGG introduced corrupted areas on the Infinite Atlas, which had a corrupted nexus in the center of them. Completing these rewarded the player with more of their Atlas passive points, while also simultaneously cleansing the corrupted areas, which added their own unique rewards. Despite the amount of content and the scope of the Dawn of the Hunt update, all of the amazing work and additions were almost completely overshadowed by widespread frustration between the players. Many people were pissed. The combat felt significantly slower and more punishing after a series of nerfs to many skills. Enemies felt like tanky gods, while player damage output was reduced. This is where the campaign broke for many people. The term slog became extremely common in describing the campaign experience.
Game is not exactly like hard, it's just like kind of a slog.
This absolutely took away from the various different endgame additions, as many players just alt F forward before even getting to maps. Big streamers.
I mean, there were a couple problems with this league, right? The first one, of course, was that everything did get kind of like overall, like your damage compared to the monster health was overall lower, right? And there was also this really big bug that made it so that the minions that came with the rare monsters were more powerful, like they were tankier and stronger than the actual rare monster itself. It was a bug. And they didn't fix this bug until maybe like 6 or 8 hours into the league itself, which was like, by then people had already like alt F4'd and gave up. So I think like on top of the fact that the league itself just, well, in the campaign felt kind of bad, especially because I think Huntress, overall spears are especially leveling up, I think spears are one of the more item dependent weapons. You need a lot of flat fizz on your rings, on your gloves as you're going through in order to actually deal damage, because the spears just have a very low base damage value. So you needed gear to back it up, and a lot of people were playing spears. Like you saw the stats, most people were rolling huntresses. And as a result of that combination, like the mobs being bugged, getting a little tankier, and spears themselves just being overall more gear dependent, a lot of people felt really bad. I don't necessarily think that this was that bad if you weren't playing spears. So I think there was a little bit of not like an overreaction, but I think it was kind of like a perfect storm to make this patch just feel super bad because of that. Spears are always bad. Now we know, play bows, maces, crossbows until they're like, exactly, right? But we didn't know that at the time. When we first got the spears, They had that bug where it was making all the rares and their minions stronger. White mobs felt like they were super tanky. Like it on top of spears being just overall weak. I think it all compounded to just make it feel really bad. I think that a lot of people who weren't playing spears had a much better time. I'm not going to say that they had a perfect time, but I think the feed, like the blowback from 0.2 could have been a lot better or like lowered if spears, like if Amazon didn't come out that patch. If it was, let's say, Druid that came out that patch, where the damage numbers are a little bit better and like especially compared to spears, like I think it would have still been kind of bad, but like definitely nowhere near as bad.
And community figures openly criticized the patch, calling it one of the worst experiences they'd had.
Experience I've ever had on any character, and I played
See,
some really bad.
Look. Yo, what's up, Mr. Wes? Appreciate the raid, man. Thank you. Welcome, raiders. Yeah, look at this. Rue 2 out here. What's he playing? What's he playing?
Experience I've ever had on any character.
He's
and
playing
a
a Huntress with Spear.
You've made the biggest piece of ever designed in an ARPG.
Happy birthday, thank
this
you.
game is currently worse than Wolcen, Diablo 4, Diablo 3, Diablo 9.
Alright guys, just hang on. Let me whip out my hammer and anvil and reforge my weapon so I can kill
Oh, dude, this was so bad, though. I mean, let's be real. Okay, this was bad. The Smith and Kadabra with the fucking hammer anvil shit, that was bad. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say that's not bad. That was bad.
Mobs.
And this absolutely contributed to a sharp increase in negative discussion. This negative reception caused Steam reviews to totally flip, with recent review scores collapsing to mixed, and a large amount of negative reviews coming in. Despite GGG quickly issuing hotfixes to address things like monster health and underperforming skills, many felt like the changes either didn't go far enough for people to stick around, and many people just straight up quit the game. A key element of the controversy stemmed from the comparisons to the original Path of Exile. Ah yes, the age-old debate. Longtime fans of PoE 1 maintain that PoE 2's combat and progression, and endgame systems for that matter, felt slower, were less fun, and infinitely were less complicated. This sparked some seriously heated debates, and in some cases, crash outs.
I think that's crazy, man. Like, I feel like, looking back on it, I feel like some of the fastest builds were in 0.1 with like the crazy herald chaining and stuff like that. So, like, yes, the movement speed is lower. Like, we had like crazy movement speed in 0.3, but I still think that even in 0.4, people consider Path of Exile 2 endgame pretty dang zoomy. And I don't think it's anywhere close to how fast it was in 0.1. Like, the speed at which you just blew up the entire screen in 0.1 was insane. I really don't think... this whole thing in 0.2, where people, like... There was... you know what? I might just go out and say this crazy take, but I think 0.2 absolutely did... I'm not going to say damage, but... the course of Path of Exile 2 completely changed after 0.2. The course of the game, because of the blowback, because of the feedback, because of people's reception to it, caused GGG to make a ton of changes that kind of changed the entire course of Path of Exile 1, like completely. The original No Apostle, yeah. And I don't know. Again, as I mentioned earlier, I think that there was a lot of overreaction and also a bit of a perfect storm there as well. There was a perfect storm in 0.2 that happened that caused that blowback and reaction to occur. Hot take, but I like where Po2 is going. I don't mind where Po2 is going. I really don't mind it. But it's just that I think it does stray away from the
You got
original
it set
vision.
to M for mini, when it should be set to W for Wumbo.
Sounds like you missed out on the 5% movement speed build on 0.3. No, that's what I said earlier, right? I said earlier that the 0.3 was definitely a lot very fast because of all the movement speed. But I don't think in 0.4, which they took away all that crazy movement speed, right? I don't think 0.4. I think a lot of people consider 0.4 still extremely fast. People consider 0.4 like, hey, we're reaching like Path of Exile 1 type of speeds in 0.4. Of course, not the ceiling. Path of Exile 1 ceiling goes absolutely crazy. But the average build in Path of Exile 1, I think, is at least relatively comparable to some of the highest speed builds in Path of Exile 2. But that's, at the same time, I think that 0.1 was faster than 0.4. Happy birthday. Thank you. Title straight bait. You're only 21. I am 21. Come on. Come on, man. Come on. In 0.4, you can reach between 10 to 30 second clear of any map, but it takes specific builds and mirrors worth of gear. Well, you can't compare the map clear times because maps in PoE 1 are way smaller than maps in PoE 2. You cannot compare the clear times in a one-to-one way. Compared to 0.2 compared to 0.3. Well, 0.3 was way faster. I don't like 80 to 90% of the layouts in PoE 2. I mean, I think most, like, I wouldn't say 80 to 90%, but there are some select maps that are really bad in PoE 2. Hey, birthday, welcome back to PoE 2. Thank you. You're not really incentivized to full clear in PoE 2, which I kind of like, to be honest.
Wake up, little bro.
Yes, Vin!
Yes! Yes! Raid, they're gonna fuck off because they're tourists. They're all tourists.
All of this boiled down to whether or not Path of Exile 2 should more closely emulate the original.
I'm glad that at this point the tourist thing could just be a meme that people laugh at. Nobody's sitting there like, okay, I'm not gonna say nobody. There's people out there who still are like, you know, hating on Cal or whatever, but most people, even Cal himself, just sit there and just laugh at the meme.
Game or stand on its own. While some community members defended the update and the direction GGG was trying to take, the sheer amount of criticism on the forums, Reddit, Twitch, and YouTube videos made 0.2 one of the most polarizing patches in Path of Exile's history. At the heart of the 0.2 meta were two words. I think you know them. Say it with me now. Lightning Spear. This is especially played on the Huntress, Deadeye, and Blood Mage classes, and it absolutely dominated the meta. Lightning Spear stood out because it offered insane AoE clear, excellent scaling with crit, and made clearing maps and bosses extremely quick. This was something especially valuable when many other skills felt like absolute shit in comparison. A major factor in this dominance was the unique spear Tangle Tongue, a build-enabling item that was easily obtainable at level 26, which allowed players to scale into the build early and cheaply. Its high critical strike chance and built-in forking effect dramatically amplified Lightning Spear's screen-wide coverage and damage scaling, reinforcing its position as the safe screen.
I'm gonna be honest though, I'm watching this right now
early and cheaply,
and the clear doesn't even look that good. It doesn't even look that good. Like, there are builds in 0.3 and 0.4 that were way crazier. I think like in 0.3, Lightning Arrow, I mean, even in 0.2, I think Lightning Arrow was better. Lightning Spear was just so good because it was so accessible and so like efficient. It had really good clear. I'm not gonna say it didn't have really good clear, but it was very, very accessible and it cleared the screen very well. But if you were talking about builds and skills that cleared better, there were definitely skills that cleared better. I think Lightning Arrow was better in 0.2 and 0.3 if you had better gear. And of course, I think Tornadoes or Twisters, absolutely insane. Twisters have been insane since they were released, and have continued to be, in my opinion, an A+ to S tier build for clear.
Its high critical strike chance and built-in forking effect dramatically amplified Lightning Spear's screen-wide coverage and damage scaling, reinforcing its position as the safest and most efficient choice in the patch. God, this was such a broken item. I loved it. Many players gravitated towards Lightning Spear, not just because it was powerful,
that's real,
but because it worked smoothly from mapping to bosses without needing much complicated mechanics or heavy RNG investment. Its straightforward one-button feel and strong synergy with core support gems like Volt made it appealing in a patch where so many other skills lacked comparable damage. Despite introducing dozens of new skills, uniques, and ascendancies in 0.2, players felt widely that only a small number of builds were truly viable at an endgame perspective. At one point, Lightning Spear was being played on over 50% of the player base, which was absolutely wild. Many believed lack of mid-game balance adjustments left many skills underpowered, while weapon and ascendancy constraints funneled players into the same spear-based or crit scaling archetypes. Although numerous builds did exist, and some were very strong, like Essence Drain and Contagion Lich, few could compete without many divines worth of investment, resulting in a meta that shocked the players and the community. Following the rocky launch of 0.2, Grinding Gear Games pushed out a rapid series of balance and quality of life updates in response to the large series of fires they were trying to put out. Monster life was heavily reduced throughout the campaign, with Rogue Exiles receiving an additional 40% life nerf. Act 3 zones were streamlined to remove backtracking and dead ends. Yeah, they probably need to take another look at the Drowned City. And Ascendancy respecking was added alongside lower trial level requirements to reduce friction. Loot was also significantly buffed across the board, and this—
Dude, do you guys remember when Jonathan came out and said, "Oh, Path of Exile 2 is not going to need a loot filter"? The problem with loot filter is that it just means that the loot itself that we're dropping is not good. If we dropped meaningful loot but less of it, you wouldn't need a loot filter. Yeah, that didn't happen. That didn't happen at all. I mean, just look at this. Just look at this. I don't know if we could... Fundamentally, I think that the idea makes sense, but I think in execution, it might be really hard. I don't exactly know why it can't happen. I think it's maybe because of there's a couple fundamental things, I think, at least in the current state of Path of Exile, that it becomes really hard to go without a loot. Like with the original vision of less loot but more impactful. How do you describe like a more impactful loot, right? Not everybody's gonna think that an Orb of Transmute is not worth picking up at tier 15s or whatever, right? Some people still pick up Orb of Transmute. Some people still pick up Orb of Augs when they're finding like divs worth of stuff. And some people clear those out of their filter a lot earlier. And in a world where item bases are so valuable for crafting, are you gonna say that the white item is just gonna be filtered out, or like they should be dropping less white items because that's not valuable according to GGG? I think it's a very hard place to go to. Like in an ARPG where you can make use of so many different types of items and there's so much value in everything, at least at the moment, rares, I would say, are kind of like the least valuable. But if they improve the tiering system, I think that the rares could become very good as a drop. I think that there could be a world where rares will be picked up if the tiering system works well, to where like, hey, I'm going to filter out everything but the tier 5 rares because I know that the tier 5 rares are likely going to be decent. But the way it works right now doesn't guarantee that. But back to the original point of like loot, I just don't see a world where they can actually stick with their original vision of, hey, you don't need a loot filter because everything's going to be valuable that drops, because what's valuable changes as the meta develops, and also depending on what you're looking for. And again, crafting kind of makes things a little bit iffy and difficult in that situation.
This is an absolute game changer. Rare chests actually guaranteed rare items, as Myriad Wisp rares always dropped rare items as well. Normal drops were reduced in favor of 20 to 30% more rare currency, and higher tier magic and rare items were also improved. One big change that stuck out to me was the increased drop rate for greater and perfect jeweler's orbs, which up to this point seemed like they basically didn't exist if you're playing on SSF. After all these changes, the state of loot, especially as an SSF player, felt like a night and day difference. Then on June 10th, 2025, patch 0.2.1 dropped, and this patch was pretty massive. The patch included a broader endgame overhaul, adding large amounts of new socketable progression in the form of runes, talismans, and soul cores, while
and this is another thing that I have talked about plenty of times. I think that socketables are cool. I think that they are an interesting way to gain power and also an interesting thing for the economy. But they're, one, the cope that socketables replace crafting bench, like that is complete copium. There is not a world where socketables like runes and stuff will ever replace the crafting bench, because runes are, one, something that you can only, like the value of it, right? What it is, the type of rune that drops is just it drops as a specific type. There we go. It drops as a specific type. And you can't guarantee that a rune drop is what you need. And also, the value of the runes will never get high enough to a point where it can fully replace the actual resistances and stuff on your actual gear. It's always going to be like a slightly lower roll compared to everything else. And then on top of that, with the presence of all these end game socketables, you never want to socket like a resistance rune into your gear if you can avoid it. So not only has the socketable system just made the game more complex than even potentially what a crafting bench would do, I don't think it even does a good job at replacing the crafting bench. So you've just made the game, you've given the game an inferior version of what you had. And then on top of that, it's also not fulfilling that original vision of being less complicated. It's way more complicated right now because of the sheer number of socketables. Like, I am sure, I'm 100% sure you guys right now, if I were to ask you guys, name half the socketables, you would not be able to name half the socketables off the top of your head. Even if it's like, name the function of half the socketables, not even talk about the name itself. Name the function of half the socketables in the game. I don't think you guys can do it, because of how many there are and how convoluted the system is. I can't even April Legends are kind of excited to name socketables. Well, that's like my point, right? It's overly complex at this point, to where I just don't think that it actually achieves the original goal of trying to reduce complexity. I think it increases complexity now, and also doesn't do a good job of fixing issues. What's a socketable? Augments, I'm sorry. Augments, because the names have changed a million times. Yeah, the socketables tab. Just take a look at the socketables tab. There's so much stuff in there. I think there's probably almost as many socketables as essences of all tiers. And there might be even more socketables than essences of all tiers, which is crazy. It's insane.
Restructuring unique item drop rates to further increase top tier T0 unique items and reduce the party play wealth gap. It further rebalanced monsters, refined map modifiers, dramatically increased endgame map and monster variety. Who remembers when Hidden Grotto comprised 20% of the entire endgame Atlas map pool? It also improved Atlas clarity and Citadel spawning, because up until then, they were essentially a myth for most players, including myself. Altogether, 0.2.1 represented a stabilization effort, not just numerical tweaks, but significant changes designed to restore player confidence after 0.2's controversial reception. So when you zoom out of the Atlas and look back at 0.2 as a whole, Dawn of the Hunt wasn't a lack of ambition. It was almost the opposite. It added a variety of systems, a new class, weapons, endgame layers, and tons of itemization depth, but the moment-to-moment experience simply didn't feel good enough for a lot of people. The campaign slog, the dominance of the Lightning Spear meta, and rough early balance overshadowed the content itself, forcing grinding gear games into months of rapid-fire adjustments just to stabilize the game. By the time 0.2.1 landed, the bleeding had slowed, but the message from the community was clear. Dawn of the Hunt absolutely improved the game during its 4-month lifespan, but many players had lost interest long before they could see the positive changes happen. And that's why patch 0.3 needed to pop off. A true course correction, and arguably the most important update in Path of Exile 2's early access so far. Patch 0.3, the third edict, launched on Friday, August 29th, 2025, and it was an absolute banger. The patch peaked at around 350,000 concurrent players on Steam on its first weekend, which was a decent improvement over Dawn of the Hunt's launch. A huge chunk of what you see in 0.3 was actually a direct response to the players' feedback. Grinding Gear Games set out to basically fix every problem that everyone has, and honestly, some of my favorite changes in the game so far came from this patch.
Boss Sakos, I don't think you have any less because in the end there's only 2 to 3 that fit every type style and playstyle classes. For any build you do, 95% of Sockables are useful to you, but that's why I think Sockables is such a flawed system. It's such a flawed system for that reason. And that's why it's better to leave it into a crafting bench where you don't have to deal with all these fucking stupid items and just put it in a place where it's like, here's a list of things you can craft, use currency to craft it.
Third Edict is a massive milestone for Path of Exile 2. Act 4 finally drops, and it's completely non-linear. It continues the story from Act 3 as Doriani sends you hunting an ancient anti-corruption weapon.
I think GG doesn't want to have deterministic crafting in PoE 2 after 0.3. It's not about deterministic crafting, Blade. It's about, what is it called? If your socketables are basically, if socketables and the crafting bench in many ways are very similar. Socketables are 100% deterministic, right? They're 100% deterministic. They are there. Jonathan says they're there to replace the crafting bench, which in certain cases it does. But it's just a way worse system compared to it. Explain the bench a bit. It's so basically, right? In Path of Exile 1, you can use the bench and just be like, hey, one line, it can only replace one line for the most part unless you do certain things, right? And you could change it in, you could make it so it can't do that in Path of Exile 2. But for the most part, it's like, hey, one line of my affix, I can choose what it can be. With socketables, it's like, okay, now I have this extra line right here, and then I'm just going to put in what I want it to be there. So in that sense, it is the same thing. You get to choose that one line of stat by putting an item in there, or you get to take it to the crafting bench and putting that line in there. That's basically what it is. In essence, they're both kind of the same. Crafting benches can affect unique items? No, it cannot. But in the reason, so Jonathan's whole argument is that crafting benches, the socketable system replaces the crafting bench, right? Socketables can do a little bit more in some aspects compared to the crafting bench, but the crafting benches can also do some more stuff than socketables in certain other aspects. So they're not a one-to-one, but they're supposed to fill the same role. But I think that in the cases where they're supposed to fill the same role, the socketables are just way worse at doing that, but also make things a lot more complicated. And I think that's just the big flaw with the socketable system, the augment system. Jonathan said that they don't want to introduce the crafting bench because it's too complicated, and that's why socketables exist. But my whole argument is that socketables are way more confusing than the crafting bench because of the sheer amount of like socketables there are in the game. Crafting bench is simple because you're used to it. No, sir. Oh, okay. Again, here's the thing, right? One, Blade, I don't think you can say anything right now, unfortunately, because you have not used the crafting bench. And I don't want to be mean, but that's just true. You have not used it. You don't even know what it looks like. How can you say that it's more complicated? You just can't. You literally just said earlier you have not used it, so you can't even make the argument. And I'm not trying to be an asshole here. It's just the truth. It looks more complicated. It doesn't. How have you, sir? You haven't used it yet, so how do you know it looks complicated? You've literally, maybe you've seen a screenshot. I know they won't add a crafting bench, but I'm just saying that you cannot. I think that the Socrates system is just a bad system. Here, let me show you how the crafting bench works, right? All right, and for this is also probably helping anybody else who doesn't know, like, you know, who's never seen the crafting bench, right? So crafting bench is actually very simple. I don't like where they put it. This is the worst part about the crafting bench, right? This, I would say, is like the worst. I don't know why they made this decision. Why is it that the crafting bench is only accessible in your hideout? It's so stupid. But if they fix that, I think it's fine. But crafting bench is something that you literally can just take in. Okay. You just take an item, right? Take an item. You go here and just like, okay, I just want to resist. So you just choose from a list. It resists. But that's all it is. That's literally all it is. Boom. Now you can craft it. You need to pay this and then you craft it. That's all it is. And the worst part is, right? And here's the other part that makes the crafting bench way less complicated than the socket disposal system. All right. Yo, Mr. Raymond, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Thanks for the primer. So here's the thing that makes the crafting bench actually, if you think about it on a fundamental level, way more simple compared to the socketing system. There is a way to fix this problem and still keep socketables, but as it stands right now, it is way more complex. With the crafting bench, right, you can go into it and you could see the choices that you have. You can see, okay, the crafting bench, here are its limits, right? I can get maximum life, I can get mana, I can get elemental attacks, whatever on my stuff, right? You can see exactly what you want to craft with it. But if you go to Path of Exile 2 and take a look at the socketables, one, if you don't have the socketables tab, you can't even see all the socketables available to you, right? If you don't have the socketables tab, you do not even know what socketables that you have available to you. If you don't have the socketable, if you don't have the augment, you just don't even know it exists. At least with the crafting bench, you could throw an item in there and be like, oh, these are the choices that I can get. At the moment, there is no way for you to be like, okay, I want to add, I don't know, I want to add lightning damage onto my stuff. Right? I can click lightning, right? And that will show me everything that I have. But imagine if I didn't have any storm runes, right? Imagine if I didn't have any storm runes. I would not know that this exists. What does this even do? Nobody fucking knows. Of course, you can search Ange, right? You can search Ange, you can go here, but that's not like a natural thing that you would do. And it also doesn't help that there's multiple tabs for this, right? This is not a natural action. This is not something naturally that you do. And it doesn't have everything either. And again, you can't even see this menu if you don't have the tab. So it's like, it's just such a bad system. I don't hate socketables. I don't hate augments. I think that it adds a really cool layer to the game where it's like, here's an extra economy thing that you can throw in. Like there's rare socketables, there's rare augments. I like the idea of them, but I don't think that they replace the crafting bench, and I don't think that it makes the game any simpler compared to the crafting bench. Now, you might have another solution to maybe replace the crafting bench, right? Maybe there's a more elegant solution out there. Like, maybe there is, right? And it's not adding the crafting bench. But I'm just saying that socketables are not a replacement for the crafting bench. It does not fulfill the same goal. Like, it is a similar goal, but it doesn't fulfill it as well. But I don't think it makes it any less complex. It's way more complicated. I think that socketable problem could be saved by adding a vendor that sells most of, but that problem how different is a crafting bench. I think the game is honestly really easy in campaign. Crafting events just makes it easier. Crafting events is way more is a way to bridge some gaps, but not all of it. I just think whether or not it successfully replaces crafting bench or not, I just think it's a way more complex system. At first, it was okay, right? When we were just at these basic runes, okay, you know, we kind of like knew for the most part what each thing did. But at this point, can you tell me what this rune does right here? The rune of draining. If I just say like, hey, what does the rune of draining do? What is it? Oh, maybe it heals MP? Nope. Withered magnitude. What does the rune of claws do? The whatever Great Wolf's rune of claws do. Heck if I know. Like, it's just not straightforward. It adds way too much complexity into the game, and there's just so much useless shit too. Like, there's so much useless stuff in here too. How would you fix a socketable problem? I mean, personally, I think we cut down the number of socketables we have, right? Because right now, having socketables replace crafting bench is what makes it required to have like the lesser, greater, regular one, right? We get rid of the different tiers for one, but then also be a little bit more intentional about what runes we put. I think runes should be a luxury item. Like, I don't think that, like, because right now runes are something you start socketing into your gear very, very early on, right? It's supposed to be a solution for the crafting bench. It's supposed to be the replacement for it. But I think that in my world, we bring something else that is better than runes for replacing the crafting bench, either by adding a crafting bench or something else, and we make socketables just like a luxury item. It's something that is like an extra upgrade on top of your gear. It increases the ceiling of your gear rather than as something that is used as a potential band-aid fix that you're missing in the game. That's how I would do it. The orbs that make sockets have to be rare too. I don't think that matters too much for me. I just think the socketable system should be edited. I think augment system right now, I think it's a little bit too complex and it doesn't fulfill its purpose. also the least problematic thing in Po 2. I mean, there's definitely a lot of other problems, but I just it's one of the problems that we're just discussing right now.
Across the Karui archipelago, 8 distinct islands, each packed with dangerous bosses, unique biomes, and hazards.
Has he
All
ran
for
about
you to
Sakros?
explore in any order that you want. And remember cruel difficulty? Yeah, it's gone now. It's been replaced by 3 interludes that smooth your progression all the way to level 65 and the endgame. On top of that, the Rise of the Abyssal's League mechanic drops, introducing necromantic fissures across Ray class, unleashing massive abyss encounters, underground depths, pinnacle bosses, and a brand new crafting system via the Well of Souls that actually lets you create powerful, build-defining gear. No more slam and pray. Now you can craft like a pro, even without insane wealth. Support gems also got a complete overhaul too. Gone is the 1 per type restriction, replaced with multi-tier scaling, 11 fresh new supports, and 40 chase-worthy endgame lineage supports that can completely define your build. And yes, the annoying weapon swap delay, that's also completely gone. Essences also got a desperately needed glow up. Now they're divided into 4 different tiers with deterministic item-specific modifiers, making them a great addition to the crafting process. Sprinting, it finally lands, making traversal across Ray class ridiculously smooth until you trip over a rock or a single arrow from off screen. Pinnacle content got smarter too, switching into a splinter-based difficulty system, with the Arbiter of Ash being reworked and a new Arbiter fight to chase.
I do think that 0.3, like, in terms of the changes to the game, the impact, the jump from 0.2 to 0.3 was so good. So many good changes, so many good additions. The game felt so much better after that. Like, even 0.1 to 0.3, right? Let's not talk about 0.2, which felt like in many ways a step backwards. Let's talk about 0.1 to 0.3. I think that also just felt so, like, 0.3 felt so good to play. Personally, I still think 0.4, I had more fun. I enjoyed the league more. I think it was, for me, I would rate it as my #1 league from an experience standpoint. But I think that the additions into 0.3 were the best additions. Like, they definitely knocked it out of the park with that. So many things just hit so right, and it made the game feel so much better to play.
Along with a new flood of unique items, item bases, omens, and endgame maps. The last major addition, asynchronous trade.
It's finally here. The moment we've all been waiting for.
I mean, just async
finally
trade,
be able
man,
to trade
made things
with their
so
items
better,
while offline
so much better.
through the use of a new NPC named Ange. This was a massive quality of life upgrade. As for the last decade, trading was a huge point of friction within Path of Exile 1. Bottom line, 0.3 didn't just add new content, it redefined Path of Exile 2's campaign, crafting, mobility, and the endgame in one swoop. And for many players, it finally started to feel like the game they've been waiting for. But it was far from perfect. Overall, the reception of patch 0.3, the third edict, was largely positive, especially coming off the shitstorm of 0.2, but it was definitely not all smooth sailing. Even players who were still burned from the last patch had to admit the sheer volume of content was massive. It finally felt like Path of Exile 2 was stepping closer to the vision players had been promised. Some creators even called it a turning point for the game's direction.
I think they're doing a great job, and I think the game is shaping up to be better and better every patch. So looking forward to seeing the next PoE2 League.
And honestly, I agree. But then reality hit. Performance became the elephant in the room.
Oh god.
The new abyssal mechanic.
Dude, it's so funny that they use the Snoopy clips for this, because I also think that I feel like Snoopy's computer might be a little more potato compared to, like, you know, some other creators, because I definitely, Twisters, don't get me wrong, that shit fucks your computer up real hard, but it makes it feel so much worse when you're watching Stu's. Like, I'm sure if we're playing a normal build, it will look fine on Stu's computer, but when it comes to twisters, it's that shit just it hits your CPU hard, and I think Snooze CPU computer is also like not like as good as some of the other folks.
The hit. Performance became the elephant in the room. The new abyssal mechanic flooded maps with enemies, effects, and chaos. For many players, it flooded their PCs too, with stutters, frame drops, shader spikes, and crashes. Even high-end rigs were struggling. And on consoles, oh man, certain builds and juiced maps were straight up unplayable. Then came visual clarity. In heavy endgame encounters, the screen clutter was starting to look dangerously close to late era PoE 1, which was alarming because PoE 2 was originally pitched as a slower, cleaner, and more readable evolution of the formula. For some, that promise started to feel shaky. And finally, itemization and balance concerns began creeping in. Deterministic crafting.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to visibility, right? When it comes to visibility, it's rough right now. I don't think that we are anywhere close to where we need to be for visibility. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this right here. This build is just peak no visibility. It's absolutely insane.
So it won't
Look at this.
switching very
You can't see anything, bro. What am I supposed to be looking at? What am I supposed to be looking at? It's just a blur. It's literally just a blur. Look at that pixels clearly. You can't see monsters. You can't see ground effects. You can't see anything that is going on. Visibility is at an all-time low with a build like this. Now, I'm glad that this seems to be, again, this is the ceiling. It seems like this is what is close to the ceiling of bad visibility. But I would say that there are a lot of builds that do look, they are pretty hard to determine what's what. Goes to anyone outside RPG space and they'll immediately get turned off by the game. Exactly.
Enabled absurd power spikes, god tier damage, and survivability that was through the roof. Movement speed numbers also pushed the game back towards the Zoom meta territory. On top of that, build diversity concerned resurfaced as players zeroed in on dominant setups like Deadeye paired with Lightning Arrow, sparking debates on whether the meta was already narrowing. Another key issue with itemization is currently around rarity. In 0.3, many players worked together to find that the perfect amount of rarity on your character was about 150%. This statistic drastically impacted build choice, as many people viewed any build that didn't fit this criteria as completely inefficient and not optimal.
Oh, I see. So your build doesn't have 150 rarity? So what you're saying is your build is dog.
So while 0.3 was undeniably amazing and in many ways impressive, it also exposed the cracks that the community wasn't going to ignore. Now, let's break down exactly what the 0.3 meta looked like. Patch 0.3 kicked off with Deadeye completely dominating the meta, and Lightning Arrow leading the charge. Nobody's fault here.
Hey guys.
With insane speed, massive damage scaling, and surprisingly tanky defenses, Deadeye could shred bosses and dense maps in seconds. Add in new crafting systems in the chase-worthy lineage supports, shout out to Rakiata's Flow, plus Tornado Shot and Lightning Rod combo, it gave this build absurd AoE and single target power. It basically became the poster child for 0.3's overpowered but oh so fun meta. It wasn't as universally played as Lightning Spear builds, but for those chasing raw clear speed and versatility, Deadeye ruled the game. That being said, it wasn't alone at the top. By the end,
I mean, here's the thing, right? Because the game is so focused around clear speed and that there was no higher ceiling, it always ended up being that these flub gun builds, which this is the flub gun signature type of build, very squishy, very high clear speed, very zoomy, right? That ends up being the meta because of the consequence of the ceiling of content not being very high and the fact that you can do most content pretty easily with, you know, any meta build. And it just ends up being that, you know, the fastest builds are the most meta builds in this case. This season is a little bit different because, like, clear speed is important, and I would say that comets they're decent at clear speed. It's not like they're bad. But if you put the clear speed of Comet compared to like 0.3 Lightning Arrow Deadeye, I do think that Lightning Arrow Deadeye's clear speed was still probably better. And that's why the Fub Gun build, which was Poison Burst Arrow, didn't end up being the meta definer for this league. It was for the beginning before people started choosing out their temples like crazy. But as the temple got harder, as the mobs got tankier and stronger and everything else, then the meta shifted over to more of like a, you know, Comet type of thing. Like I think if we had put everything the same, except we took out temples, right? Patch 0.4, everything else stayed the same, except we just took out temples. I think that potentially the meta for the league would have still been like a more zoomy, like you know, Poison Burst Deadeye or something like that.
To patch 0.3, over 25% of softcore trade players were Deadeye, but 16% played Blood Mage, and 10% played Invoker. Blood Mage with Spark remained incredibly strong, delivering high damage with minimal investment, while Invokers leaned hard on the new Hollow Palm technique Keystone to achieve insane attack speed and armor synergy damage. Ice Strike notably was the standout skill here. On the hardcore side of things, Lich builds dominated. Energy Shield scaling combined with Essence Drain and Contagion made for incredibly high damage, absurd survivability, and practically risk-free map clearing. New gear and items also shaped the meta. Heart of the Well, the new Abyssal-influenced unique jewel, became the most common unique across all builds, and Herald of Thunder was used on over 40% of characters, which is absolutely wild. While Deadeye and a few other builds clearly led the charge, 0.3 also introduced the most build diversity that we've seen in PoE 2 yet, giving players a variety of viable endgame setups, and finally rewarding creativity in both softcore and hardcore as well.
I think when you talk about build diversity, it's like a very interesting thing. And I think DM put it the best in our little pod that we did the other day on his channel. He said that build diversity is at its all-time high, which is great. But at the same time, the balance between the builds is really bad. The ceiling builds are way, way, way stronger than the majority of builds. So while a lot of the builds are very viable and you can play them all, when it comes to like the power ceiling of the game, it's very skewed towards right now Comet, right? It's very skewed towards Comet. So while there's a big difference between balance and diversity, because if let's say you need to be, I don't know, like you need to do 100,000 damage to be able to clear all content in the game. Well, 90% of builds are able to do more than 100,000. But let's just say there's one build that does 100 million damage and the rest of the builds are doing 10 million damage. Then that's the problem, right? There's one build that's way stronger than others, even though there's a lot of build diversity because everything can clear everything in the game. There's one build that's just like way stronger than the rest.
Third Edict didn't just drop and disappear. Just like the updates that came before, it evolved over 4 months with a series of tweaks and patches. The sprint system was especially tweaked and adjusted to feel better. Now, when you start sprinting, there's a short grace period where getting hit won't knock you down or heavy stun you, and the minimum sprint duration was slightly increased to make it feel smooth and reliable. No more accidentally stopping in the middle of a sprint, which helped movement finally feel more responsive. Other early tweaks touched abyssal mechanics, specters, and a few minor other systems, but nothing felt revolutionary until patch 0.3.1 dropped on September 30th, 2025. This was the patch that truly redefined the endgame. Precursor tablets could now be applied to maps directly. This gave players agency over what content they wanted to do on what map, and no more spending hours setting up 4 tower overlapping areas or endlessly tweaking the atlas. Tower farming basically became optional and kinda pointless, and players could finally just jump straight into the action on a map-by-map basis. Map bosses also became required for completion, extra random encounters started spawning everywhere, and monster packs and ground effects were rebalanced for smoother, cleaner gameplay. New tablet modifiers, improved visuals, and smart quality of life changes made the endgame feel faster and way more rewarding. On top of that, you can now use Orbs of Alchemy on magic items for true crafting freedom, and the chance to Citadel spawning jumped up by another 66%, giving players even more opportunities to face the Arbiter of Ash. Interestingly enough, compared to 0.1 and 0.2, the third edict saw far fewer massive changes after its launch, but what it did tweak was sharp, impactful, and laid the groundwork for what was next to come. Patch 0.3 completely shook up PoE 2. It wasn't perfect, with performance issues and meta dominance, but it set a new standard for build diversity, player freedom, and exploration.
Was that Chris Wilson? Is that Chris Wilson? That looks like Chris Wilson.
And with patch 0.4 on the horizon, players were now promised with what we desired most: major endgame reworks, which was everything we've been wanting to truly redefine the dull late game experience. Patch 0.4, The Fate of the Val, dropped on December 12th, 2025
You got it
after a
set to
series
M for
of
mini, when it should be set to W for Wumbo.
Every bald person equals Chris Wilson. Yeah, when is the next season for PoE 2? It's going to be either first week of May or last week of April. I think most people are leaning towards first week of May, but it could be either.
Teasers. The patch peaked at just under 300,000 concurrent players on Steam on the first weekend, which was a slight drop actually from 0.3's 350,000. Now, if you're like me and Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom was one of your favorite movies growing up,
Hey, Dr. Joe, no time for love. We got company.
you were probably also very excited for this update. Heavily inspired by the incursion league mechanic in PoE 1, The Fate of the Val has us diving into the ancient, corrupted legacy of the Val. Reshape a massive Val temple and explore rooms packed with insane loot, secrets, and challenges. Every choice matters here. Linking rooms strategically together unlocks bigger and better rewards. Content-wise, 0.4 hit extremely hard. It offered a brand new playable class, the Druid, which was highly sought after, and came with 2 ascendancies, the Oracle and the Shaman. With over 20 new...
Happy birthday, tomorrow's my birthday too? Yo, let's go! Thank you, and happy early birthday.
Primal skills, 35 new support gems, 8 new endgame lineage support gems, and an additional 250 new passive points on the passive tree. Also, we got ourselves a new weapon, the Talisman, which finally allows us to shapeshift into animal forms for dynamic combat across any ascendancy or class. Abyss also isn't just a league mechanic anymore. It's now core gameplay. On top of all this, CPU optimizations give a massive boost. Expect smoother, faster performance with at least a 25% higher frame rate in heavy scenarios. Patch 0.4 introduces the first league.
Welcome back and happy birthday. Thank you, Circus. I appreciate that, man. Yep, it's back to PoE 2. We're back. Happy birthday, thank you.
Mechanic in the game that actually takes place solely outside of maps. It asks for time investment, not only to set up the temple, but to understand how it functions and reap the rewards. Speaking of rewards though, let's talk next about how absolutely broken the temple was in 0.4. Overall, 0.4 launched with massive hype thanks to its ambitious Val temple mechanic, new content, and the Druid class. But that excitement quickly turned into widespread frustration and controversy. It seems like this is starting to become a trend. To start, 0.4 was initially pitched as the endgame rework patch, but sadly, all of those changes were pushed into 0.5 at a last minute.
No secret that we need to make some improvements to the endgame, and the plan has been to do some pretty major changes in 0.40.
Obviously, you were hoping to do more endgame for this expansion, so what's kind of happened?
It turned out to be way more than we had anticipated, and it was just like, oh, damn, we kind of talked about wanting to do an in-game upgrade, a big revamp in 0.40, and now we've got too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do, so we're going to commit. And normally we often get faced with the option: do we cut it down to make it fit, or do we commit to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest.
This was devastating to...
Hold on. First off, Mark out here with a big old zit on his forehead, man. Dude's still hitting puberty. He's still a spring chicken, guys. He's still young. He still got it. But second off, the 0.4 endgame debacle. I do think that GGG has a history of over-promising and under-delivering. And I think that they really need to work on that. They definitely get players hyped up. They know how to get players hyped up. They know what to do. They know that, you promise these things, players are going to be happy, leading up to the event. But I do think that at least for Path of Exile 2, as of late, or even Path of Exile 1, I think as of late, they have been over-promising and under-delivering. Now, I will have to say, Mirage League for Path of Exile 1 absolutely delivered. Absolutely amazing league. I think it is so far right now my favorite Path of Exile 1 league. But before that, with Keepers, it did not hit the mark. It really did not hit the mark. And then Pharesia also did not hit the mark either. And then with Path of Exile patch 0.4, they overpromised for the end game, and that didn't happen. And we're now pushing it to 0.5. Patch 0.3, they said we were going to get Druid. That didn't happen, and that kind of sucked. Again, over-promising, under-delivering there, though they did over-deliver in all the other aspects, but still, they could have not promised the Druid and given us, something else. And also 0.4, right? For the temple mechanic was also kind of mid, especially when it first started, and having to push out the end game for that in what seemed to be a very mid mechanic at the time felt really bad. And then, of course, we don't need to talk about 0.2, right? So I feel like Path of Exile, Grinding Gear Games, has had this tendency of over-promising and under-delivering. And I really hope that they don't do that anymore. I hope that they under-promise and over-deliver. I think that's a little bit better. And I think that, and hope that, 0.5 will cook much like Mirage League, right? GGG kind of missed in 3.27 with Keepers of the Flame, and they also kind of missed on Pharesia, but then they absolutely delivered a banger with 3.28 in Mirage and Path of Exile 1, right? I'm hoping that that is the same for Path of Exile 2, where 0.4 kind of didn't hit the mark on the endgame stuff. Kind of was like a little bit underwhelming for a lot of people. Of course, it's still my favorite league so far, but still, I think in many aspects it did under-deliver. And I think in 0.5, I'm hoping that they've had time to cook. They've had time to make things, really take a look at things and work out the kinks and absolutely deliver us a banger patch. And I'm hopeful, and I think they will be able to do good.
Just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest.
This was devastating to me and many other players. This sparked controversy throughout the community about if GGG could actually adhere to the content timelines for both games simultaneously. Now, while it's understandable due to the scope of the Druid and the Talisman, a major part of the excitement for many players were these reworks. It definitely felt like a bit of a rug pull last minute.
That this is a massive disappointment for me. The weakest part of Path of Exile 2 right now is the end game by far.
Now, the Val Temple was its own different set of events entirely. The League mechanic was extremely valuable during the campaign, but many players found the system unintuitive, slow, and unrewarding compared to other content as they approached the endgame. But once it became solved, players discovered ways to optimize the temple for extremely fast currency gains.
Man's always screaming as he's wearing no shirt.
Such as running...
Is that what I need to do, guys? I need to do some no shirt gaming.
Low-level resets in the campaign to print never-before-seen amounts of currency. As a result, currency flooded the economy, prices inflated dramatically, and trade became unbalanced, leaving mid-tier and casual players feeling priced out and unable to compete in the market. The problem was simple. When optimized, the temple was more rewarding than any other form of content in terms of raw currency, T0 unique items, and experience. More players hit level 100 in 0.4 than any other league combined, due to the temple essentially being a constant source of incredibly juiced T16 maps. The backlash was loud. Forum threads called 0.4 an epic fail, complaining that the economy was ruined and the temple exploit undermined the league's long-term viability, with some players saying it even pushed them to quit or switch to SSF play.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson. Don't you hate it when you're playing an online RPG, trying your hardest to level up and find good items, but it feels like all the other players are miles ahead of you because they're not playing fairly? In this video, I'm going to talk about economic integrity.
Dude, that was the craziest thing. The fact that Chris Wilson released this as like the temple shit was all happening with like the Holton exploits, the absolutely insane inflation of all the entire economy. Like, I don't know, like to this day, I do not know if that happened as a response to this, right? If Chris Wilson was sitting back in his armchair, drinking his coffee or his tea, watching the Path of Exile 2's economy just absolutely burn, and he was just like, you know what? I'm gonna go make a video on this. This is gonna be absolutely insane content. I don't know if he was doing that or if he was truly just trying to make, like, he had the video planned out and he was going to make it, but it was just like a coincidence, a massive coincidence that he released a video talking about economic integrity right as the whole temple, Holton exploit, all that fucking bullshit was happening. He was playing temple for sure. Watching Fub doing the snake stuff.
Put simply, this is the ability for players to fairly earn progress and items through in-game actions on a level playing field without outside influence or cheating. Basically, that the game doesn't let people unfairly get ahead of you.
Multiple hotfixes aimed around curbing the Holton crystal farming exploit and creating extremely long room chains within the temple came too late due to the patch releasing right before the holiday season. This meant that inflation and broken markets persisted despite patches, which further damaged trust in the league's design. The snaking strategy was widely taken advantage of, allowing players to chain rooms together to create the most rewarding content in the entire game. One controversial change was GGG removing the ability to lock rooms unless they were leveled up to level 3, which was generally how players were able to create extremely long chains of rooms linked together. This immediately created a huge uproar, as it essentially stopped casual players from ever even attempting to create these incredibly juiced temples, while legacy temples with pre-existing snaking chains remained unfazed. This change was actually walked back by GGG within 24 hours, making it—
Dude, this was insane. The fact that they made this change, like, I don't know. I understand that at the moment they were like doing like a knee-jerk reaction, right? They were like, oh my god, people were doing this exploit. They're like building some crazy temples. Yo, Mr. Decorcators with a 10! Thank you for the nice super chat. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Was it actually fixed within 24 hours? I think it was fixed in 20. It might have been fixed in 24 hours. What did Blaze say?
While legacy temples with pre-existing snaking chains remained unfazed. This change was actually walked back by GGG within 24 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming it was, given Blaze, he probably did the research into this, so I think it was. Which, at the time, right, anybody who saw this, like the moment I saw this, I'm like, this is such a terrible change. How could anybody look at this and be like, you know what? This is all right. This is a good thing, right? And I understand it was probably a knee-jerk reaction. It was a band-aid fix to try to make it so that like people weren't going crazy with their temples and their snakes or whatever, right? But at the end of the day, the problem was that anybody who had their temples already built were almost unfazed by this change. But anybody who was building up their temple was absolutely just destroyed. They could not build a temple to that level anymore. And it literally would have taken somebody like not even to say 30 seconds. 30 seconds is like very, very, I don't know, generous. Anybody who just looked at that line should have noticed the moment that they saw it. Like, this is fucked up. This is not right. And I just don't know how GGG was pushed that change out and thought it was okay. Like, again, even if it is a band-aid fix, even if it is a knee-jerk reaction, right? I think like anybody who just thought about it for like a second should have known that it wasn't good. I just don't understand who made the change and how that happened. Like, I understand it's holidays, right? It was during the holidays. They work during the holidays, which was they're not supposed to do. I think there's like a laws against that or something like that. But still, even if it was through the holidays, right? The fact that they looked at it and even thought for a second that it would be a good change is absolutely mind-boggling to me. I think anybody who had, looked at that and had a little bit of an ounce of critical thinking could have seen that that was going to be bad.
At one of the quickest reverted changes in the game's history. As a silver lining, these issues surrounding the temple resulted in the Second Wind Private League launching to a massive amount of success. Players still wanted to play the game and craved an economic reset where they wouldn't be plagued with inflation. The
I'm sorry to keep pausing. Actually, we'll wait until we finish talking about
Second Wind Private League launched to an overwhelming 50,000 players, making it the largest private league in Path of Exile history. Sadly, history repeats itself. The private league's economy faced the same issues that existed within the main league after just under a week's time. On the bright side, 0.4's build variety and skill.
Yeah. So, Second Wind League, bless the guys who made it, right? Bless the guys who led it and, held the torch to charge forward. But I do think it's like such a interesting thing that happened there. A lot of it was given the promise of like, hey, brand new economy, like it's a fresh start or whatever. But it is once again one of those things where you just need to use a little bit of critical thinking, where anybody who from the outside was looking in, and I was talking about this entire time, and the reason why I did not play Second Wind was because you look at it from the surface and you're like, wait a second. Temple still exists in the game. You can still snake. It is the best option to make money by a landslide. And inflation is at an all-time high. What's going to happen is that the moment people get to the end game, they are going to build their temples up really, really quickly. And anybody who gets to the end game first is going to have a massive advantage in the economy and absolutely drive the inflation super, super high. And there are a lot of other nuances to it as well that's going to make it really bad that I'm not going to go into here, but that I will talk about in the past. But as a result, the Second Wind League went to shit within a week. It sucks. It's not anything as a result of the organizers. The organizers did their best to make the league as fun as possible, which was really a lot of fun. They had a lot of cool challenges and stuff like that. A lot of people ended up joining. But I do think that anybody who thought that it was going to be a second chance to have a fresh economy, man, that did not end up being the promised land. It ended up just going terrible, and on all honesty, the economy might have been worse than the regular league. I think it might have been worse than the regular league. It's just the nature of private leagues, right? Is the fact that private leagues in general are, in essence, solo self-found plus. Yes, the league might have had over 50,000 signups, but 50,000 is nothing compared to the 100,000, 200,000 that you have at a league launch, right? So it's never going to feel the same. But also, even within those 50,000 players, how many are actually going to play day one? There's probably going to be at least a 20% drop off, in my opinion, leaving us back down to about 30,000 players. So it was never going to be a league that you were ever going to feel like is going to be a replacement for the main league, unfortunately. And the people who went into thinking that, unfortunately, got a really rude awakening. And I heard that there were issues with like even people buying like armor scraps because nobody was picking up armor scraps because everybody was just aiming for the divs. So it ended up just being a perfect storm of really bad shit going on in the Second Wind League, which is really unfortunate. It's all Rabbit's fault. I kind of knew this inflation thing going to carry on forever as we fix next season. It's very likely to be fixed next season. And in all honesty, it's probably gonna be the opposite, where next league is probably gonna be a poverty league, is my guess. Like, it's not gonna be like fixed, but like I think like there's not, the inflation is not gonna exist. They're gonna gut the temple. Temple is gonna, be way less profitable, and as a result, there's gonna be way less currency flying around in the league. And I honestly think they might even push the nerfs a little bit too far, but we'll see about that one.
Meta was actually the most diverse that we've ever seen up to this point. The balance reworks enabled many different builds to function at a high level, even deep within endgame scenarios, and extremely juiced temples for that matter. Of course, there were standouts like any other league. Comet became absolutely meta in the Fate of the Vow, being used by over 25% of all players in softcore alone. In conjunction with Cast on Crit, it became an extremely powerful clearing synergy that decimated high-level temple setups. This was taken advantage of by many caster-focused ascendancies like the Oracle, Blood Mage, and Stormweaver, but was also used on the new improved Pathfinder as well. The Pathfinder got a pretty big makeover in 0.4 as well, with some major new ascendancy reworks, and it quickly became one of the most versatile ascendancies in the game. It featured the ability to take advantage of the warrior and sorceress starting points on the passive tree, and also had one of the best utility nodes in the game, unable to be slowed or heavy stunned while sprinting. With regards to items, it's no surprise that Headhunter soared to the most utilized unique item under Heart of the Well, sitting at a 46% use case amongst all players in softcore. After you optimize your temple, you could see the most insane rare monster density in the entire game, allowing you to fully take advantage of many different rare monster modifiers all at once while using a Headhunter. With regards to any other important patch note changes, I've already basically covered all or the majority of the big things that have happened in 0.4. The Temple and the Vow League mechanic were hotfixed and adjusted quite heavily during the initial patch release, but since then, it's been very quiet from GGG. At the time of recording and making this video, we still haven't even received a 0.4.1 patch almost 4 months later.
Yeah, it wasn't gonna happen.
This makes the Fate of the Vow the only league so far that did not receive a substantial content patch midway through its lifespan. Patch 0.4 proved that Path of Exile 2 could deliver massive ambition yet again, a bold new league system, record-breaking build diversity, industry-leading shape-shifting with incredible animations, and some of the most rewarding content the game has ever seen. But it also exposed how fragile the in-game economy can be when one mechanic outpaces everything else. 1 year into early access, the story of PoE 2 isn't just about new classes, leagues, or metas. It's into in-game content the game has ever seen.
I
But
feel
it
like this
also
has to be a
exposed
meme,
how
right?
fragile
This man still out here in the year 2026 self-casting a comet
the
in the
in-game
temple.
content the game has ever seen.
This
But it
has to
also
be a
exposed
meme.
how
Why do they
fragile
keep including this in their promotional videos? Nobody's doing that. Nobody's gonna ever do that. What the hell? At this point, if I see another self-cast comet for our teaser for 0.5, I have, like, it has to be a meme at that point. It has to be a meme at that point.
In-game economy can be when one mechanic outpaces everything else. 1 year into early access, the story of PoE 2 isn't just about new classes, leagues, or metas. It's about a live experiment in balance, trust, and long-term vision. And 0.4 might have been the moment that defined what the game truly becomes later on. I will say that there is now an enormous pressure on 0.5 to really dial in the endgame. The importance of this is vital. These endgame reworks might just be the endgame that we will be playing for the rest of early access. We will have to wait and see, as 0.5 isn't expected to drop until early May of 2026. So, 1 year later, has Path of Exile 2 actually improved? I would say yes, undeniably. The campaign is stronger, the classes are deeper, crafting is more accessible, build diversity is at an all-time high, performance has improved, and the endgame has more layers than it did on day one. Patch by patch, the game has moved forward. Is it closer to the ExileCon vision? In many ways, absolutely. The weightier combat, the boss design, the visual fidelity, the animation quality, That promise is real. But the tension between deliberate combat and ARPG power fantasy is still unresolved. Every time the game slows down, the community pushes back. Every time power spikes too high, the economy fractures. The vision is here, but it's constantly being stress tested by reality. Has the combat philosophy held up? Partially. In boss fights and early progression, it shines. Dodge roll, WASD, telegraphed mechanics, that's where PoE 2 feels different and fresh. But in the deep endgame, speed creeps back in, zoom returns, screens explode, and the line between PoE 1 chaos and PoE 2 clarity starts to blur. What about the community? It hasn't fractured completely, but it still has split ideologically. Some players want PoE 2 to double down on its slower, skill-based identity. Others wanted to embrace the explosive, high-speed insanity that
Here's the thing, okay? So I think there is a fundamental misunderstanding about Path of Exile 2 and its speed. In a very early interview with Jonathan, and I think it was by Crip, this was before the game came out in early access, people were already commenting on how Path of Exile 2 looked really slow compared to Path of Exile 1. And Jonathan said that the speed of the games should not be that different. I forget what the exact quote was. He said that the speeds of the two games are not that much different. And he said that Path of Exile 2 will not necessarily be slower than Path of Exile 1. So I think this whole notion that Path of Exile 2 was always designed as a slower game is completely false. Now, granted, I do think that when we're thinking about the slow, methodical combat, that is more around the campaign experience, especially against bosses. And I think that there is a place for it against like pinnacle boss fights in the endgame as well. But when it comes to mapping, when it comes to going through these areas where you're supposed to be clearing mobs quickly, I think the vision, the original vision, was always for it to be relatively fast. Again, I do think that the game is, at least compared to Path of Exile 1, the ceiling of Path of Exile 2 is still nowhere close to how fast the ceiling of Path of Exile 1 is. But I do think that the ceiling and the speed of Path of Exile 2 is not that much slower than the average speed of a Path of Exile 1 build. PoE 2 starts out slower than PoE 1, but the endgame is still somewhat fast. Exactly, right? And I think that is the original goal and the original vision. Now, I do think that the campaign speed and like the speed at which bosses are dying in the campaign are still a little bit too fast. I do think that they could potentially step it back a little bit, and even though like I know people would be a little bit unhappy, I don't mind where Path of Exile 2 is right now. I'm having a lot of fun with the game. But if we're talking about the original vision, I think they are straying away a little bit from the original vision when it comes to like the campaign experience. And I also think that we never actually even achieved the original vision with the endgame bosses either. I would like to see, at the very least, that endgame bosses, they find a way to make it so that the bosses themselves aren't just blown up in one hit or like die in like 3 seconds. I would like the endgame bosses, the endgame pinnacle bosses, to be a little bit more methodical, to be a little bit more challenging, to be in a place where we can actually see mechanics and dodge those mechanics and deal with those mechanics, as opposed to now where we are just blowing them up instantly. But I do completely disagree with the notion that some people are saying, and this is also kind of crazy that this notion is popping up now as well, because people are always complaining about how Path of Exile 2 is too slow. But I do disagree with the faction that says that Path of Exile 2 was supposed to be a slower game, and that the fact that we're blowing up entire screens is against the vision, because I do think that the original vision, as expressed by Jonathan, was for Path of Exile 2 to be at least comparable to Path of Exile 1 speeds.
Makes PoE 1 legendary. The debates are louder than ever, but there's one thing. People are still debating because they care about the game. And that's the real story of year one. Path of Exile 2 isn't finished, and it isn't perfectly stable. It hasn't even fully escaped the shadow of Path of Exile 1, and maybe it never will, but it has grown, it has adapted, and despite the controversies, the nerfs, exploits, and economy collapses, it's still one of the most ambitious ARPGs ever made. 1 year down. The real question now isn't whether PoE 2 can survive early access, it's whether it can finally become the game it promised to be. Because looming on the horizon are the next major patches. The ones that are supposed to redefine the end game again. The long-awaited Acts 5 and 6, the systems that could either unify the community or split it for good. And then there's ExileCon 2026. The stage, the keynotes, the big news is revealed. If history tells us anything, that's where Grinding Gear Games drops the bombshells. With 1.0 potentially landing this year, the stakes have never been higher. The foundation has been laid, the lessons have been learned. Now we find out whether Path of Exile 2's first year was just early access growing pains, or the prologue to something legendary.
Hey guys, if you've made it this far, I just want to say thank you for watching my video. This one was particularly special for me because it not only recapped 1 year of PoE 2's early access, but it also celebrated my first year of making content on YouTube. I started this channel after falling in love with Path of Exile 2 when it released, and since then I've had an incredible year of making content, interviewing some amazing creators on my podcast, and building a small but
Dead Rabbit looking insane in this video is all or in this picture is all I'm gonna say. He doesn't even look like the same person. He honestly looks completely different.
incredibly passionate community. I know my content is a little all over the place, from video essays to podcasts to build guides and everything in between. And over the last year, I've really tried to experiment to find what I truly enjoy making. And the truth is, I really just enjoy it all. And I don't plan on stopping bringing you guys more quality content like this video. So if you enjoyed the video, drop a like down below and consider subscribing to stick around and see what I'm cooking up over the next year. Until then, have fun, stay safe, and I will see you in the next one. Peace.
Yo, that's my outro. See you in the next video. Peace. What the fuck? All right. That was a good video. It's fun. Fun watch. Good discussions. There it is. Mr. Blazeworks TV. I don't know why I'm not sub. Hit him with a sub. Hit him with a like. There it is. W video. It was fun. It was fun. It was a fun video. But yeah. You were doing a video like 2 hours ago. Yeah, I do remember that. Bro, patent planes. No, it's the exact kind of like, you know, the exact like cadence and like the specific phrases and everything, you know, specific phrases and everything. Where's Rabbit? He's been slacking. He is in the US of A right now. He is currently on a vacation. Actually, no. Yeah, no, he still is in the US of A. Am I really that young, or is it just Cope? Of course I'm 21, man. What the hell? Why would I not be 21? Come on, just look at me. What is this video?
This one. It's a vape. It's like smoking, but it doesn't smell bad. Vape.
You is trying to give me cancer. Vape is for children. If you don't like the smell, maybe you should work somewhere.
Hold on, let me pull up the actual the one on YouTube, because this is way too loud. I hate how Instagram does not let you adjust the volume of the video itself.
Yeah. Hey, Linglong, I have a gift for you.
What's this one?
It's a vape. It's like smoking, but it doesn't smell bad.
Vape. You is trying to give me cancer. Vape is for children. If you don't like the smell, maybe you should work somewhere else.
Oh, hey, Linglong, do you actually want to come get dinner with us after work?
If I want to eat fat, greasy,
American pig slaughter,
and die with diabetes like you, I will let you know.
Oh, yo, what the?
Dude's literally spraying directly to Lysol.
This is what happens when you drink a cold water and wear t-shirts and shorts, and you try to make me sick too.
Wait, Linglong. Sorry, do you actually think you can give me a ride home?
Yes, of course, get in.
Really?
Of course I'm not a dumbass. There's nobody trying to see your ugly ass after work. Shit, man, take a subway. Your clothes are so dirty too. It's outside clothes.
Hey, Ling Long.
Dude, fucking Ling Long. Fucking Ling Long, man. This guy's brutal. But dude, he released a video on his main channel or his own channel that I thought was fucking hilarious. Oh, there's a new one here too. I didn't watch this one. Dude, this shit was, I don't know why, I was fucking dying on this video right here.
Hi, welcome in.
No, come on. Why does it do this sometime where I click on the...
Hi, welcome into the open house.
Stanford is a close by, correct?
Yeah,
Dude
Stanford
takes off the
is really
sunglasses
close by.
in the regular.
Education is the most important considering factor.
Oh, are your kids going to college soon?
Yes, she's in grade 1.
Oh, sorry, sir. Can you keep it down? It's a public open house.
Is my feng shui master. He's consulting me right now. All the prosperity is a shooter from the front door.
Shooting from the front door.
Right away. So there's no prosperity is whoever lives in this house. This house needs 2 lions. 1 lion and 2 lions. Door straight to the bed. Whoever sleep in this bed is going to die from a mysterious illness.
This property includes its own private tennis court.
Take all of this out, right? Remove. Is it become a big vegetable garden? What is your asking price?
$3 million.
$3 million. They're too high. Tell your clients, right? All cash offer. $1 million. It's a good deal.
I'm sorry, sir. Hi, welcome into the open.
This is so Asian dad coded. It's crazy, bro. I'm just like, damn, dude, is this my history? Is this... This feels like a direct recording from back when I was a child. Fucking A, man. Next, Avita. Oh, man. All right. Yeah, that was a fucking Path of Exile 2 video. We talk about a lot of the what is it called? The upcoming stuff for, well, that was a little big recap of Path of Exile 2 and what happened in the past year of the game. I don't know what you guys feel about the game in the past year. Do you guys think that it went in a positive direction overall, or do you guys feel like Path of Exile is kind of like, how do you feel about the game, right? Do you feel like Path of Exile has gone in a good direction, or do you feel like it's in a direction that is not so good? Like, would you have preferred if they had kind of stuck a little bit more with their original vision of the game being, especially in the campaign, right? Let's not talk about the end game. This is like, would you have preferred, and I mean, I guess maybe like, even if you, like, maybe it's not even the original vision, right? Would you have preferred if Path of Exile stayed on like a more slower pace, even in the end, like even in the end game, maybe, right? Or do you like this kind of direction that we're going in right now, where things are getting a little bit simpler, a little bit easier, but you know, just more zoomy, I guess. The game evolved in a good way. I live in Canada now. Loving the game, even with putting it down for a month. It's all good, definitely going in the right direction. The fact that Miso dropped a mirror, I can say it's a terrible... Dude, that was in Path of Exile 1, not 2. I played Parry Rolling Slam. Campaign is still slow. I do have a mirror in Path of Exile 2, but that means nothing in this league. I didn't like drop it. I just, you know, I traded for it. It's right here, and I got this mirror. But literally, everybody and their mom at this point has like multi mirrors. I dropped 2 on the same day and felt nothing. Less Poe and more Poe 2. Love Last Flash where I could build temple instead of bashing my head in maps. A mirror for 10k, yeah, what is it at now? I know that DM looked at it the other day and a mirror was almost 10k divs. Is it at 10k divs yet? Oh, wow, it dropped. Wait a second, what the hell? It was at 10k, it was like 9997 when DM checked it the other day. It is at 8.8k right now. Anyone playing parry during the campaign is really slow. I hate parry, but I don't think it really works for a game like PoE. All right. I still like Poe 2 to be different and have medieval combat while keeping the pace and more options to get more powerful in the end game. Then you stick to the vision, either lean Poe 1 or Poe 2. This in between isn't going to work long term. Well, the thing is, like, I don't know. like I said, I don't think the original vision was ever for the game to be like slower than PoE1 in the end game. I think for boss fights, like here's my idea about what they wanted for the game. They wanted the campaign and the boss fights to be more methodical, a little bit slower, a little bit more like dodge rolling, dodging attacks and stuff. Whereas the actual mapping process where you're blowing up entire screens, that's still fine. That was what they were looking at. Because, like, I think we can even go back to, like, the... maybe we can look for it, right? Kriparian interview Jonathan. Right? I think this might have been the video that
Describe,
had the interview.
A little bit too much to that sometimes. That being said, I think that...
Let's see. Can we show transcript and maybe we type in here, search transcript for speed? Okay.
If, for example, the difference between an average player and a 1% player is like 10x in like speed of playing a map. So like, you know, so if a bad player can do a map in 20 minutes and it takes a good player 2 minutes, for example, to do, then you've already kind of divided that by 10, which means that the actual items on the ground have to be 100 times more valuable per map. And I think that probably sounds like something that seems within pretty damn good.
Well, I guess I'll have to give it a try. I mean, I was skeptical as well, but on your recommendation, I guess more of us will perhaps be more open-minded on it. Now, since you mentioned there's like a more of an active flow of combat, the mercenary also has, in addition to the instant attacks, something that kind of caught my eye was the attacks while moving.
Correct.
Now, the closest thing we have to this is some form of cyclone or cyclone triggering other skills in Path of Exile 1. And with cyclone actually being a pretty poor skill otherwise, it still has this mainstay in the game.
Oh, it's right here. Gameplay pace. There it is.
So 99% of PoE2 misgivings have been about the gameplay pace. Now, you've kind of adjusted this a little bit, but I kind of want to ask it again and ask you how is it current relative to maybe what we've seen a few months ago at ExileCon? Is that still kind of what we're expecting, or is that, as you mentioned, a bit slowed down so people can kind of see the clarity a little bit?
So I guess I kind of don't really like. Okay, so a lot of people are like, oh, you know, you're slowing it down to do this, or you're kind of, you know, like they have a lot of things like that. But I think really when it comes to when we're like, so this actually relates a little bit what I was saying before about how we haven't been able to do full progression testing yet, which is that what that means is that when we're balancing an area to do a demonstration or for ExileCon, the demos and all that sort of stuff, we kind of just like, we make a character that's about what we think it should be for this area, and then we kind of balance the monsters from that point for the demo to just kind of hit like what we want, where we expect to sort of be able to understand the mechanics and kind of like give a good showing to how the class should be. I think at ExileCon, it probably was balanced a little hard. But the thing is, each demo is kind of its own thing because of the fact that, yeah, like as I said, we don't have a full like sort of progression test through the whole game yet. So ExileCon, like because of these demos are just like how they are. Effectively, what it is just like me and Mark will play it, and then we'll be like, did we get through it too quickly or didn't we? And then adjust accordingly. So we just adjust it until it feels fun to us. So I think when people maybe sort of ascribe a little bit too much to that sometimes. That being said, I think that it's probably best to look at the pacing stuff to be more like when we were discussing earlier with maps and what the median player versus the 1% players would be doing. I think we still want to make sure that there's still a 10 times disparity in efficiency between a good and a bad player in that situation. So that would certainly imply that there can be certainly a pretty good amount of pace you can get up to. But what I do think is also bad, and I guess this is another philosophical thing, is that I don't think it's really good when you someone opens up Path of Exile on Twitch, they look at what the game looks like at the absolute 1% end of it, and it just looks like utter, just like what is even going on the screen. You know, it's just like shit is everywhere. There's like there's no visual clarity. I cannot tell what the hell is going on, and the boss melts in like 2 seconds. You know what I mean? Like I don't think that's really.
That didn't happen. That didn't happen. Yeah, Jonathan, you have a point. You have a good point here. You know, it would be great. You know, the game. We never want the game to have no visual clarity and the boss melts in 2 seconds,
You
right?
got it set to M
We definitely
for
don't
mini,
want that.
when it should be set to W for Wumbo. It worked!
Very good either. So you do need to be able to get a lot more efficiency than the average player, but we do have to be a little bit careful. But I don't know, like I guess all of that is to say that like it's a little bit hard to say exactly what the pace will be like in maps at this point. I have no doubt that the peak will still be high, but it may not be as high as it currently is in PoE1. I think that's very likely. But at the same time, like it's really important that people feel like they're able to break the game. Like you want people to feel like, oh, I'm breaking the game right now. I'm like got an insane amount of projectiles, like way more than I should be able to have, like all this kind of stuff. So yeah, I guess there's a bit of a hedged non-answer, which I worry is a bit of a problem here.
Well, it's still in development. I can't fault you for that.
Right.
The way that I asked the question was, you know, kind of seeing post-Ruthless Experiment what your thoughts may be on the matter.
And you're definitely right that it's the number one issue that people talk about PoE2. Like the fear in the PoE1 community is that it's just going to be super slow paced. And I don't think it will feel that way. I think that when you play it, you will have fun. And ultimately, that's all that I'm after, right? Like, so it's actually interesting because there's been cases of this, right? Where like I was playing the Mercenary in the demo for the demo that we recorded, and then I went back and I played. What was it I was playing? I think it might have been the Warrior actually. Afterwards, the demo character we had at ExileCon, I was like, man, this is way too slow. So even
that's
just
definitely
from me, like it can often be the case that my opinion
that was definitely Warrior
as I'm playing.
Way
things.
too slow.
So it's really going to come down to the progression testing to kind of see how we feel. But I guess the main the guiding star, I suppose, at the end of the day, has to be that when you get an item, you feel like it improved your character. Because if you don't have that, then you have nothing. So like we still have to maintain that feeling through the whole game, and there has to be a feeling of progress as you go through. So like that's we'll kind of I guess end up where we end up, where it honestly, and it may sound a bit silly, but it's like it just has to feel fun to me, right? Like I have to play it and feel like this feels fun.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't feel fun to me, then I'll increase the numbers, and that's really what it comes down to.
I mean, that's like an interesting thing, right? Now that we're thinking about it, looking at it at a retrospective. So he said originally, right, that Path of Exile 2 is going to be fast. We're going to get to a point, maybe not as fast as PoE1, but it's still going to be fast, which is exactly what we've been talking about, right? Ceiling-wise, Path of Exile 2 is definitely nowhere near the ceiling of Path of Exile 1, but at the same time, it still is zoomy. And I think that he has achieved that portion of the goal, that it still does feel very fast. But he did say that you don't want it to be where it's an absolute mess on the screen. You can't see shit, and you're also bursting down bosses in 2 seconds. Unfortunately, that part of the vision has not quite been achieved, at least at the moment. So, still working towards it, but not quite there. But he did also say at the end, like, hey, at the end of the day, the game just needs to be fun for me and fun for the players. So if it's not fun, then we'll make adjustments. So in many ways, you could say that there was never a real answer for the pace for the game. There was never a clear-cut, hey, this is what the game has to be, and if it's not this way, then it's not how we wanted it to be. Because for them, they just want the game to be fun. So as long as players are having fun, that's all that matters to them. So whether it's slower, whether it's faster, whether it's methodical, not methodical, pace, whatever, they just want to have a fun game. So I guess, Jonathan got himself a get out of jail free card right there and was like, hey, whatever we do, it's just for fun. We just want to have fun. So hey, we're not making any mistakes.
A question about how much of an endgame map is the boss in it, I suppose. You've kind of answered this slightly through your mastery of, repeatedly going up against these bosses and just defeating them faster and faster. But I guess we can broadly ask you, perhaps, how much of a map that you do in the endgame of PoE 2 should the boss be?
Yeah, so I think that in terms of drops, at the very least, so we've actually discussed the drops in particular. I think that 1/3 of the map should be boss drops. 1/3 of the map should just be regular monsters, and 1/3 of the map should be other events and things that come up, like League content and things like that.
That did not happen. That did not happen. Now, remember, this was the original vision of, or this was the original framework of Path of Exile 2. Not every map had a boss, right? Only the Overseer maps had a boss. If you weren't in an Overseer map, the map did not have a boss. And even in that situation, where you had a powerful boss, the boss was not giving 1/3 of the loot. The boss could be 0.1%, 0.01%. It is not giving you shit. And he said he wants to be 1/3 League mechanic, 1/3 boss, and 1/3 regular mobs. As it stands in the game at the moment, at least, it was, I would say that is definitely not even 1/3 of, like, I would not say ground loot from regular mobs and League mechanics are equal. I would say at the moment, League mechanics are giving the vast majority of drops. And I would say that this has been the case for basically since the beginning, now that I'm thinking about it, because in the past, you were still getting most of your loot because you were massively juicing something like Breach. And Breach was giving you the raw div tinks. The regular mobs themselves were never the ones giving you that much. This league, the tinks are coming more from regular drops, but I think the proportion of value that you're getting is still higher from the league mechanics themselves, like way higher compared to the actual regular drops. So at the moment, it's like, yeah, like 90-95% league, 5% rare, 10% rare, and like 0.001% boss. My birthday? Thank you. With the delirium currency node, boss is the most of the drops. Yeah, all right. I mean, it's still league mechanic though. Congrats on 33 years, 21 years old. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, I had my first drink tonight.
Which isn't to say necessarily that every map will always have stuff like that, but on average across many maps, it should be about 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. Ideally, that should roughly map onto the amount of time that you spend doing those things as well. So that's kind of my view on it, at least. Is roughly 1/3, I would say, should be the map boss.
I don't know if you're fully comfortable answering this one, but inquiring minds are curious. Why did you guys decide to continue working on 1 and 2 at the same time, like separately, rather than evolving PoE 1 to PoE 2? I know it was like a big announcement that it's going to be its own project, but I guess people really didn't get the why sufficiently.
This is a completely separate topic.
So it really comes down to
pace.
Whether you actually have survivability in your build.
But I guess the base question is, are we even going to have hideouts at all?
Interesting. Like I want to keep all of that. That should all come across.
A question was about losing experience on death. I think it's pretty interesting because right now in PoE 1, some people like it, some people don't like it, but the landscape for it is like, if you run up against the boss where you die, you just look up how to beat the boss, or you look up a build that can beat the boss. But with none of that existing in PoE 2, I feel like the death penalty, if it was the same, would feel a bit overbearing in some cases.
So in campaign, there's no XP penalty in PoE 2.
Okay.
It's gone. And that's because you're expected to die to the bosses. And basically, as soon like the declaration of I want you to be dying one to two times for each campaign boss for the first time, kind of implies, well, we can't have an XP penalty then. And also in PoE 1, that was the only penalty that actually like was anything, because of the fact that you could just go resume the boss from where you left off. Whereas now the penalty is that you have to start the boss again. That's enough of a penalty in itself. So that's fine. We don't need the X penalty anymore.
Do you guys think that's fun? Like, I don't know how they would solve that, but do you guys think that's fun that when you die from a boss, you have to start over from the beginning and like it heals to full? Or would you rather have it be that when you die, you just get to go back in and the boss is just like, at the same HP? Yeah? Yeah? Boss should be 100% HP. I die intentionally to refight the boss. Brute forcing the boss seems dumb. Things the right thing, obviously not fun. Alright. Because in PoE 1, it is that you can just die and go back in and the boss is in the same place. They should remove the 1 portal 1 life. I think this is fair.
But the one question is, what about in maps? And I don't necessarily think that the X penalty is that important in early endgame. But I think in late endgame, it actually is very important. And that's because you need, in order to have some kind of challenge to make it challenging to get to level 100, you need to have something that's kind of going to make it like effectively a build check, as it were, to make sure that you actually have survivability in your build. And so the X penalty is what makes that allowed to happen. So we definitely need to have an X penalty towards the very end of the game. So I'm not exactly sure what we're going to be doing to sort of kick that in exactly yet, but there'll be some kind of kick in of X penalty towards the later end game to sort of make it so that you still have to actually have a survivable build.
I would find with 1 portal 1 life we could rerun the map with tablets, but it consumes the tablet charges. I hate running an empty map because I rip bozoed. I completely agree with that, but I've kept like running into this issue, right, of trying to think of a good solution. So the reason why they have it so that when you die, and this is an assumption, I'm assuming it's true, the reason why they have it so that when you die you can't rerun the map with tablets is that they don't want it to be basically Path of Exile 1, where you just keep running the same map over and over again. Because if you just go into a map, right, you TP out without finishing the map, essentially you can run that map over and over and over again if you keep just throwing the tablets back into the map. But the way they have it now is that if you leave the map or fail the map or whatever because you die or what it may be, you can't run that map again without with a tablet. So it makes me wonder, right? Is there a way to make it so that it doesn't feel bad that you've like died in the map and you now can't run it again with the tablet? Because like dying EXP loss is a penalty, but the biggest penalty in my opinion is the fact that you can now basically you feel like you either you have to run that map just to progress it, but you don't get any loot from it because you can't put any tablets on it, or you just completely like, hey, I'm just not going to go down this path. I'm just not going to do this map, and I'm just going to go down another path. I just feel like it feels really bad. It's very unfun when that happens. And I don't know, like the one way that I thought of the other day to kind of potentially fix this problem and make it so that, one, you can't exploit it, but also, two, it doesn't feel bad and you can still run the tablets after you die, is that maybe there's a way for them to differentiate, right? If you, let's say, leave the map and you don't die, you can't put the tablet into the map device for that situation. If you want to rerun the map after you've TP'd out, you can't do it with putting a tablet. But if, let's say, you died, you can still run that map with the tablets because there is that EXP penalty, right? There is that EXP penalty of dying, and then after that, I think that's a strong enough deterrent to where people aren't just going to keep dying and farming the same map over and over again. I think, at least. I could be completely off base, and there might be people out there who are willing to just keep sacking their character and never progressing in levels. But in like every situation, except maybe if a character is at level 100, I feel like that would be enough of a deterrent for most people to not just like sit in one map and farm it over and over again and just keep putting in tablets. I'm glad you're not a Poe game dev. What the fuck? Don't ruin my strat. Why does this matter in the long run? Well, what do you mean? Nice, you're learning a lot here? Yo, I'm glad. Like, if someone is willing to die to keep the map, isn't that a problem with your maps or shit rather than the gameplay loop they're doing is bad? It's not exactly that either. I do think there is a lot of maps that are problematic, right? I do think there are a lot of maps that are really bad. But at the same time, there is no way to avoid a situation where one map is always like there's no way to make it so that every single map is good for everything, if that makes sense. So if you think about why people in Path of Exile 1 always run one map, right? There's two areas. There's one, people just like that map better than the other one in general. And I don't think there's a way to avoid that for one, right? People are always gonna have their preferences, and as long as all the maps are different in some way, shape, or form, there's always going to be a map that one person gravitates to more than another. But the other thing is that there are certain league mechanics that people like to run or want to run. And if there are maps where certain league mechanics just do way better in those maps versus others. And there's kind of like not really a way to change that. But if someone really likes a specific map, why are they saying, no, you're not allowed to play this map unless you keep finding it randomly? Well, I mean, that's just a design philosophy, right? They want people to be traversing the map. Because in PoE 1, it is that other design philosophy where they're like, hey, if you want to run a map a billion times, feel free to do it, right? In fact, this league, they made it even easier to do that. But it's just more of a design philosophy. I'm not saying one's better than another, but that's just what they want. So they're not a Poe, they can it's not a problem if someone wants to run a one map over and over again. Every map just needs a unique item tied to it. They could do a dual atlas. Explore to unlock maps that you can repeat, but only unique maps and citadels appear on the infinite atlas. I mean, I have like, I don't remember if it's I talked about it or somebody else talked about it. We talked about it on, I think, a podcast episode. We were saying like rather than the waypoint, the waystone being the thing that you're holding, right? Kind of being it where on the infinite atlas itself, right? On the atlas itself, if these were all blank, like this isn't Sun Temple. It's just a blank. It's a waystone. And then you'll take your map from your inventory and put it into this waystone. And then now if you want to, it still requires you to traverse because once you finish this one, you can't use it again. But then you're going to have to move to this next one, to this next one, to this next one. And you can run your favorite maps over and over again, but you're still traversing the atlas. It's Poe 1? No. I mean, it's kind of Poe 1, but it's in the infinite atlas 4. Where you still have to move across the map. That's like a way that you could kind of do it. I don't like it very much. I don't think it's very elegant. I think it kind of is not very interesting, but it is a way to fulfill both things that they want, or both sides, right? It is a compromise that I can make where like, hey, now as a player, I can run whatever map I want, But on GG's end, they can still have us progress through the Infinite Atlas. I don't like that solution. I don't think that's something that I would go for, but it is a way to fulfill both things. Atlas passes with blocks on the maps you don't run. That could be cool too. That could be decent. That could be okay. But in many cases, that might feel like a requirement. I don't know. Keystone Chisel used to reroll the Keystone Destination, aka switch maps. Well, they had that in PoE 1. It was called the Harbinger Orb. Oh no, it's an Orb of Horizon, where you throw it on the map and it'll change what the map is. Terraforming concept. Yeah, I personally think the terraforming concept is like a step in the direction where it fulfills like a little bit more of what the players want and like still keeps what GGG wants, where it's like you can't necessarily choose the map that you run, but at least if you have like a terraforming tablet where it's like, hey, I really like the desert biome maps, right? I can drop it on the tower here and be like, okay, everything in this area is now desert and all the maps will be desert maps. Not sure the bug in hardcore, but we avoid a lot of maps where boss is immune to damage, but dishes out a lot of damage to you during the phases. I think that that's a bug. I think that's a bug. Either that or it shouldn't be that way. A new map, a new tab that allows you to complete the map without running it, skipping its rewards could be a thing. Could be, yeah. Like, Infinite Atlas has to go. I don't think they're gonna like remove it. I think Jonathan is very attached to it. I think GGG is very attached to it. If you think about it this way, if they remove the Infinite Atlas, that is literally removing the backbone of mapping. That is completely changing the identity of mapping from the ground up. And I don't think they were going to do that. I think that they like the idea and they want to make it work out. It's tough to make it work out to make everybody happy, but I do think that they wanted to keep it that way. Like, they are, at the end of the day, the game developers. They have a vision for what they want for the game. They're not going to... I think it's actually bad if they just capitulate to every single thing that the players say that they want. Because a lot of times, I say this over and over again, players are really good at identifying a problem, but they are really bad at coming up with solutions. Because one player might want one thing, but that doesn't mean the majority of players want that thing. That those people who say they want one thing might be the most vocal people in the room, but they might not represent the majority of what most people want. So the people who have the data, thank goodness they have a data person now. The people who have the data, the people who understand how to make games, people who have experience with it are the ones who are going to be making the final call. But again, we are very good at finding the problems. So I'm hopeful/hoping that they will do what they, what is best for the gamers. And I don't think that the solution is removing the Infinite Atlas, and I don't think that they want to either. She's very, very anti-data. Well, I don't think they're anti-data, but I think they just didn't have a data person until recently, which I think is insane. Like, I think that data is very important. They shouldn't 100% rely on it. Like, it shouldn't just be like the data says this, so it has to be this. But not using data at all or not having a data person at all before 0.3 was mind-blowing. Like, how do you operate a company with nobody looking at data? I looked at the data. The data says Infinite Atlas sucks. The review says Chris is legit said we don't like giving data to devs unless they 1,000% know exactly what they're doing and what they want. Well, there's a difference between giving the data to the devs versus having a person who is directing others with knowledge of data. The data is which is powerful. She's been there longer than 0.3, but didn't Jonathan in 0.3 say we recently got a data person? They've always been collecting. Oh yeah, of course, of course. But I think like not having a person to actually be there to be able to crunch numbers and the data, it means that you're not using the data to its like potential. Like anybody can take a look at data, right? And be like, oh, clearly this is the higher number. This is the one that's going to be, you know, the one that people want more. But like to have the person actually take a look at those numbers, it's like, yeah, you know, these numbers say this, but then you also have to combine it with these numbers over here and like, you know, extrapolate these things, like draw the lines and shit like that. And that's the type of like second level order of data thinking with like analytical thinking with the data that is necessary, in my opinion. He's been there for over a year. I see. Well, I don't know. Maybe Jonathan's recent is like, you know, what is it called? More, it's like a bigger range than I'm thinking of. But also, even over a year, that's crazy. GG's been around for such a long time. I don't know if they'll scrap the Atlas or keep it, but I do know whatever endgame we get will absolutely massive update. Yeah, I mean, whatever we're getting this patch, I'm confident it's going to be huge. And honestly, I'm confident that we're going to be happy with it. I'm pretty confident that we're going to be happy with it. If I'm not happy with it, then you know what? Fuck me in the ass. Jonathan, you fucking suck. But I don't know. I have confidence. I'll always find a way to be unhappy. I mean, there's always be things we're gonna be unhappy about. We're not gonna be happy about every single change or every single update that gets implemented, but at least an overall happiness is what I'm looking for. Is there any info on the release of the new patch yet, data-wise? I mean, the new patch is either going to be coming out last week of April or first week of May, because we were promised the GGG live stream in late April, right? Late April is going to be the GGG live stream, and usually, if we go off of past data, the release of a league always comes the week after the GGG live stream. So late April means third week of April or fourth week of April. So it's either going to be last week of April or first week of May. Some people have said that, somebody said in the Discord, like the GG is confirmed it's going to be in May. But at the same time, last week of April, like the day it would come out is on May 1st. So that kind of is a nothing burger in many ways. Like if you look at the date, right? The last week of April where the game would be released is the 1st of May. So that technically means that the game is releasing in May, no matter what. It's either going to be the 1st of May or the 8th of May if we're going off of historical data. It's still at least a month out. I'd say it's either slightly under or slightly over a month. So if the game is coming out on this day right here, the 1st of May, that means we will be getting teasers this week. If it's coming out on the 8th, that means we'll be getting teasers next week. So I think by the end of the week, we'll probably have a pretty good idea of which day it's going to come out. At least, again, if we go off of what they have done historically. It'll come out on your birthday. You pray for the 8th. My parents are visiting for 4 days on the 1st. Is the 8th of May based on the fact that we're still on public holidays? Not gonna lie. Oh, is New Zealand on holiday this week? I mean, they can also like schedule, like, you know, posts too. They can also schedule posts. I don't think it's maybe like potentially pushing it towards next week, but also not completely excluding it. Maybe Easter school holidays. 4-day weekend, lots of people are taking the full week. But yeah, I think if we're talking about posting news, it is possible that they just schedule a release, right? You can do that. You just be like, hey, schedule this release for this date. I don't have to touch anything until then. Happy birthday, yours is Saturday. Yo, happy belated, man. It's Easter not only in New Zealand, but it's everywhere. Well, but the thing is weird because historically, for what I've known, for my Easter holidays when I was a student, it was usually you got the week before Easter, not the week after Easter. Happy birthday. Thank you, Circus. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I think you wished me your birthday, happy birthday earlier, but thank you. Happy Easter and happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you. Some do it the day after, some do it a week before, yeah. But we all do celebrate, like, a lot of countries celebrate Easter, and yeah, we all get. Turn 21? Yeah, turning 21 for the 12th time. 13th time, dude. It's crazy. Congrats. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. It's crazy how somebody can have 21, your 21st birthday so many times, but hey, you know what? That's happened to me. Miso is a 60. Yeah, exactly.
To get to level 100.
The next question I have, I'll just read it as it was asked, but I do know there's a bit more to it, so I'll add on it a little bit. So the question
you're around
was,
30? Nah,
how do we interact with flasks, and how many flask
yet,
slots do we have? I know it's been announced that
All right, I think that they're done talking about the pace of the game. I don't think that this is talking about the pace anymore. He looks 21. Yup, that's me, all right. 21. But okay. I mean, I'm like in a weird spot right now. So like I kind of want to like keep streaming, but I don't want to stream the game, and I want to like discuss more, but I don't know, I don't have any videos to like really like discuss. Oh, let's watch this. Let's see this.
This is officially the best remaining boss fight in Path of Exile 2.
What is this?
I had the urge, after getting my butt kicked in No Rest for the Wicked, come and fight PoE 2's greatest boss. Let's turn the music up.
I watched
Bro,
Race last night. I did.
Like this boss?
I like Dog.
Yeah,
Dog is definitely one of the best bosses in the game.
You cannot stop.
This is a juice dog though, so I'm a little scared.
Glitch has
I'm
a
not
new
very
rant
tanky.
video on the passive
If
tree.
you die, I'll come in and save you.
Let's see.
All right, let's talk about the tree. Let's talk about the tree, because I have gripes with the tree. First, actually, it might also be good if I pull up PoE Ninja.
I see Halsey's Potu lore video.
Open up PoE Ninja. Fate of the Vol. Passive heat map. And let's go with rare... rare bow.
Turn the volume up? Okay.
50% of everyone using a rare bow has these same nodes. This is crazy to me.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I agree to a certain point that, you know, this is crazy, right? In the sense that I do think that it is very indicative of the tree itself. But at the same time, I also think that you have to put into account that the majority of bow builds are also probably playing the same build. I think the majority of bow builds are playing Poison Burst. So let's take a look at that real quick. You look at the skill. Yeah, like 50% are using those skills, but also 50% of over 50% of bow builds are using Poison Burst. So I think that the numbers that he is unfortunately the data set he is looking at is very skewed, because it's not that 50% of bow builds are using the same nodes. It's just that 50% of bow builds are Poison Burst builds, and as a result, everybody's using the same nodes because of that. Is that a problem? I'm not saying it's not a problem. I'm saying that this point about everybody using the same nodes, I think what he's trying to talk about is the tree as a whole being a thing. But I don't think necessarily it's like a 1-to-1 for that. It's just that the nodes themselves are not the problem. It's that everybody's playing this, which is another problem in itself. I think he's talking about different problems, is what I'm saying. I mean, I haven't watched a full video. Maybe he's saying that there's only one good bow build, but I don't think that's what he's
And then
going
it gets worse, because as we creep it up, look what's sticking around.
Yeah, he's talking about the crit, right? Exactly.
Look what's sticking around.
He's talking about crit on the tree.
Like the
That's his
last
main
notables
point.
to stick around.
That's his main point.
Are the movement speed and the crit nodes.
Yeah. See, I without watching the video, I already knew where he was going. Talk about crit, talk about like these are like the only powerful nodes, like the most powerful nodes, and it doesn't make sense to go anything else, is what he's saying. Which I do agree that crit is ridiculously strong right now. And the problem is that most bow builds are going to be on the right side of the tree. And as a result, they're all going to go crit. Now, if you were, let's say, playing a bow build over here on the left side of the tree, playing Oracle, then your tree would look completely different, right? You wouldn't be stretching over here, which that does happen, by the way. There are certain builds where they will go from this part of the tree and stretch all the way down here to the bottom, or vice versa. So, yeah. But I do think that at the moment, we do have a problem with scaling in the game, where the most builds, most high-end builds, top-tier builds, are scaling crit. And this is kind of where the majority of crit stuff lives, especially when it comes to martial weapons. So you're going to observe this kind of like trend for not only bows, but you're going to observe this trend probably for quarterstaves. You're probably going to observe this trend for spears. Most of the martial weapon nodes or most of the martial weapon builds that are over here are just going to be playing these nodes. Yo, what's up, Dorgo? How's it going? Like, his point is correct, but I think that what he used as an example is not really exactly like giving the point in the like sending what is it expressing the point very well. Yeah,
this is crazy to me. And then it gets worse, because as we creep it up, and then the entire tree that is not giving you increased damage of some sort, whether it's increased crit or just increased generic damage.
Crit, it does.
There's a reason that basically every player, and I imagine that the 84% lines up with all the players that are playing a crit bow build in the first place.
That's just how the tree is designed, right? It's just how the tree is designed in the game at the moment. That is the philosophy. If we take a look at Path of Building, you'll see, actually, why don't we go to Ninja, right? Ninja was probably going to be a better place to look at this. Let's look at rare bows, rare quarter staff, rare spear, rare bows. Damn, you can't have like Oh man, you can't be like and or. You can't do like or. You can only do and statements on here. So we can look at that quarterstaff, right? We can look at rear quarterstaff, and the passive heat map is probably going to be very similar, right? It's going to be very similar. You're going to take a look at spear. The passive heat map is going to be, for the most part, very similar, right? Now you're going to go down here a little bit more because there's spears, but you're still taking this, you're still taking this, you're still taking this, right? It's just kind of the natural progression of this side of the tree, where most of this stuff, like most of the weapons on this side of the tree, are going to be on this side of the tree where they're going to be spending their time around. This would be very different if you're taking a look at rare staff. This is going to be very different if you're taking a look at rare staff, where a majority of their stuff is going to be up here instead. Scroll down, right? It's going to be up here. And then you're going to take a look at rare mace, for example. Rare two-handed mace. The majority of their stuff is going to be over here. It's that the tree itself is very much kind of sectionalized in many cases, where the mace skills, the mace part of the tree is going to be in this part. The spear, the martial weapons for those other weapons are going to be in the other part, right? So I don't know if it's necessarily like a design flaw in that case, but I think it's very intentional that it's that case. But it is true that most people do take only a certain number of nodes. Like, I'm wondering how it looks like in PoE 1, right? I'm wondering how the passive tree heat map on this tree is. You can see that if you're taking a look at the characters and the builds, it's kind of all over the place, to be honest. This side of the tree is kind of not really loved, I guess, right? But other than that, it's pretty relatively spread, right? It's not like in one spot. It's kind of like this entire half is kind of the meta, rather than like being only one portion. Because if we take a look at the Path of Exile 2 tree, I mean, I think the true Path of Exile 2 tree is probably going to be all up here, let's be real. Because those are what the meta builds are, right? Yeah. Macaroni and cheeks. Check the previous league for Po 2 or Po 1? Not Mirage. Oh, you want to take a look at what is it called? Keepers. Keepers was definitely even more spread, I'd say. But yeah, that's just kind of the natural progression of things on the tree, because everything is kind of tied to weapon. So you're going to see certain weapons be in a certain part of the tree. But I do think that when it comes to damage scaling in Path of Exile 2, crit really is one of the only ways to scale your damage, unless you're a mace character. If you're a mace character, actually, mace or talisman. If you're a mace character or a talisman character, you do have a two-handed mace character, two-handed talisman, mace character, talisman character. You do have an option to scale without crit. But if you're playing any other weapon, any other attacks type of skills, any other spells, crit really is the only way to scale. Or you have to use tower, well, that's gone. Unarmed doesn't scale a weapon? I mean, sure. Unarmed is basically a quarterstaff, though. Is basically a quarterstaff. Say oil grenades are bugged. Wait, what about oil? Oh yeah. Well, oil grenade. That's a bug build right there. That's separate. Though I think, do you scale crit on oil grenade? I don't even know. What do oil grenade? What do they even play? Yo, what's up, Mr. Blaze? Happy birthday. Don't look a day over 20. Yo, appreciate that, man. I am slightly over 20. I'm 21. But yeah, we just watched your video, Blaze. We watched the whole 40-minute shebang, and I think that we had like we spent like an hour and a half or 2 hours on that video. I'm excited for a heist in Act 5. I do not like heist, but we'll see. Because the interesting thing, right? And this is, I'm talking about this in the video that I'm going to upload, I guess, today at this point, in probably like 8 hours or so. But I think it's, when we're talking about the league mechanics, I feel like the identity of the league mechanic and what it gives can just be completely changed. Because I'm thinking about the league mechanic for Path of Exile, like 0.5. I'm thinking it's going to be an in-map mechanic, and I'm thinking it's going to be a crafting mechanic. So the league mechanic that gives you crafting resources. And if I'm thinking about PoE 1, originally, if we don't put the crafting into mind, I was like, oh, okay, well, Legion might be a very obvious one. But I think that if you put the crafting piece in there, then the only one that I can think of is Bestiary League. But at the same time, if we think about Abyss League, Abyss was never a crafting league in PoE 1, but it's a crafting league in PoE 2. And Incursions or Vol Temple was not a crafting league in PoE 1, but we did get crafting materials as a part of it in PoE 2. So I don't think the league mechanics themselves and what they give are ever like a for sure thing, but I do think that the identity of them is kind of the same, right? Because Incursions, you have to go into a temple itself outside of the map to go do these things to set up a temple. Abyss was a thing that had a on top of the ground mechanic where you killed the monsters, and you could also go down below, and that for the most part has stayed the same. So I think what they keep kind of as consistent is like the identity of the mechanic, as in like how you do the mechanic, and then the rewards themselves can be changed. Imagine you get Harvest. I mean, I'd like Harvest. I enjoy Harvest. Or you got me with the 0.5 dues on April 1st. Got him. Happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you. Abyss is probably the most fun mechanic in PoE 2 at the moment. I agree. I mean, you guys probably know I'm an Abyss enjoyer. I'm an Abyss enjoyer. We have made many, many Abyss videos for a reason, because I am an Abyss enjoyer. I could very much run Abyss again next league. That could be the thing. I could be an Abyss enjoyer for another league. But maybe next league's mechanic will be absolutely amazing. Who knows? Happy birthday. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hopefully someone has ordered a stripper so he gets to eat some real cake. We need you to farm legions. The supply's been dry since you stopped. What the fuck? Brother. I don't farm legions. That's not what I do. But alright. I think happy birthday. 21 means you drink alcohol in the States, but remember to always go to the Netherlands where beer is cheaper than water. I think that's actually like, beer is very relatively cheap in many parts of the world compared to here. Would I like Delve in PoE 2? Yeah, I think Delve would be fun. But I don't think Delve is gonna be the league mechanic. Because I feel very strongly, right? There's two core concepts that I think this next league is gonna have to fulfill. The first one is that I think it's going to be an in-map mechanic. So you can just go in and do it in the map. It's not going to disrupt your flow of mapping. It's just going to be a very simple, very straightforward. You click the thing, it spawns monsters, you kill them. I think that is going to be the first requirement. It's just going to be very simple in the map. The second one is that I think it will be very, well, I guess, is that the second thing? Maybe it is. Well, the second thing is that it's going to be very simple. It's not going to require you to go out and do a bunch of research about like, I need this specific temple mechanic, I don't need this layout, whatever, right? You're just going to be able to do it, press the button, do it, and go. So it's got to be an in-map mechanic, and it's going to be very simple. So I think those two are the things that are, and also I think it's a crafting league, but at the very least, those first two things. So unfortunately, Delve would not be an in-map mechanic. That's just my gut feeling, though. They hope they rework Expedition. I don't think they're going to rework existing mechanics. It'll be something new. It won't be anything from Po 1. They have confirmed and said that they are not adding any new mechanics until 1.0. They just keep going to be taking it from Po 1. There is a possibility they take something from Po 1 and rework it, but it's going to be, like, at least for the rest of early access, it's going to be a league mechanic take from Po 1. Watch my video and not even subscribe. Well, subscribe now. Subscribe now. My cat switched to your channel. Damn, WCat. You think we're getting a new class? Yeah, I think so. I think it's gonna be duelist. I don't know if that is going to be like there's nothing supporting that. There's been no evidence, there's been no anything to say or point at duelist being the class, but I just gut feeling think it's gonna be duelist. I wonder how they're gonna rework the typical mechanic. It could be either a rework or just a nerf. My feeling is that the way they're going to nerf Temple is that they're not going to make the raw currency drop as the focus. I don't think they're going to remove raw currency drops from the Temple, but I think that they're shifting the focus more towards the actual crafting currency, like the Vault Cultivation Orbs and all that stuff, as like the main area that you're getting money, versus tinking, like, you know, divs and locks and mirrors and stuff like that. That's how I think they're going to shift the kind of farm, because that's how they do it for every other league mechanic, right? So ritual, you mostly get your stuff from the ritual stuff inside, right? It's from the league mechanic itself. It's not about raw divs. It's about like getting the omens, right? That's where you're getting most of your money. Breach, most of the money comes from like breach splinters, catalysts, and that type of stuff. Abysses, most of your money is coming from omens of light and omens of abyssal echoes and all that stuff. What is it? Delirium, a lot of it's from the distilled emotions, delirium splinters, all that stuff. So like if you take a look at every other league mechanic, most of your wealth is coming from the drops that are exclusive to the league mechanic rather than a raw currency drop. So I think that they're going to go with that pattern and make it so that the temple itself is may focus more around buffing and juicing your ability to get like ball cultivation orbs and like the gem cutter orbs and all that stuff, rather than a div drop, mirror drop, all that stuff. Happy birthday. Thank you. I would say Shadows is me if we get a class at all. Blight sounds plausible. The reason why I don't think it's Blight is because Blight is a little bit, like, there is a little bit of learning curve on it and does disrupt your map flow. But they could change how it works. I feel like the reason why they remove Harbinger in PoE 1 is because they're going to put it in PoE 2. I mean, maybe Harbinger is interesting. I like Harbinger. What do you think they'll do about rarity and roll out negative rarity? Honestly, I have no clue. Jonathan did say that he does not like how rarity works right now, and it sounds like he might remove it, but I think that I think it'll be in a way that does not impact negative rarity. Because I think negative rarity is very important for the economy. I know nothing at all. It's all speculation. Yeah, I mean, clearly, it's just predictions right now at this point. Nobody knows anything. The only people who know are GGG. We need swords? I agree. Then that's why I want duelist. Katana. I mean, they don't have katana in PoE 1, so I don't think they would add katana in the game. Who knows though? I know nothing. Miso Snow. I don't. I don't have insider information. Negative area is super fun if you're a tryhard. Just kidding. I mean, hey, I would love to have a katanas. That would be great. That would be fun. Have a samurai class from Path of Exile 2. Imagine. The only reason I say shadows is because we already have some dagger nodes on the tree. I think we have sword nodes too, but I forget. We definitely have axe stuff on the tree. I don't know about swords actually. Am I not reading data mine stuff? Data mine is so like I don't think data mine means anything. We've had access in data mine since forever ago. We had the martial artists in the game since 0.2 or something like that. Like data mine, in my opinion, doesn't really mean much. Yeah, I know they have the Onigoroshi in PoE 1, but it's not like a weapon class. I've data lined Miso's location. It turns out he lives in a posh penthouse in Los Angeles. I mean, I definitely would not be able to afford to live in one, but you know, sure. When's the new Pole League coming out? Is there a release date? There's no release date yet, but it's likely gonna be either the last week of April on May 1st or the first week of May, like the first full week of May on May 8th. Favorite Templar and Flail. I mean, I think Flails will be really cool. It'll be fun. The thing is, it's very interesting, though, because if you think about it this way, I think Flails, like Templar is the first class from Path of Exile 1 that is going to be playing completely differently than its Path of Exile 2 variant. Because Flails, like Templar in Path of Exile 1, does not have flails as a weapon. I think they technically use two-handed staves, right? I think that's technically their weapon. But flails are a brand new weapon class. So Templars are going to be playing and potentially have a very different identity than Path of Exile 2, than Path of Exile 1. Isn't it weird that they say we're locking dates and not content, but the dates aren't public? I mean, the ballpark dates, right? Ballpark dates. I think they can cook really hard with a Templar. I mean, I agree. I think the Templar is going to look really good. They're trying to make a battle mage thing for Templar and Poe 1 says forever to see how it works out in Poe 2. I data mined Miso's underwear color. It's pink. What is my underwear color today? It is blue. It is not pink. I would show it on stream, but you know, you got to pay for that type of content. Happy birthday to you, Timu the Farm. What the fuck? Arcane Archer seems interesting. I think there is a very high chance that we get Arcane Archer, though. I think there is actually a very high chance we get Arcane Archer as an Ascendancy. I don't know about Wild Speaker. I think there is a good chance we get Wild Speaker too. But I think Arcane Archer, in my mind, is pretty locked in because of the fact that Jonathan had a photo of Arcane Archer behind him. I think that means, I don't know. I feel like that means something. So I think that Arcane Archer is very likely coming. Can you explain the idea about Arcane Archer and how it would play? I mean, I have no clue. Like, but I guess the obvious guess would be that it's going to be a magic infused archer class. So your bows are going to be infused with some sort of like your projectiles are going to be infused, your attacks are infused with some sort of magical element to it. Why is an arm very specific on quarterstaff skills only? I wish I knew. I think it's just more of just the way they want to design classes and play styles. Lightning arrow archers are more powerful. I don't think necessarily it's gonna be lightning arrow. I don't necessarily think it's gonna be lightning arrow. I think this looks kind of lightning-y, but I don't even think it is. I think these are like, I don't know. Actually, maybe it is. She's literally has lightning flowing from her hands. But yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that they're gonna do that. Also, I mean, lightning arrow was not even that strong this league. It was okay. It was fine. It worked, but it definitely wasn't that strong. There's no way GGG makes lightning arrow meta again, right? There's no way. Very similar Ember Fusillade. But all right, folks. I am gonna, you know what? I think I'm gonna call it. We're gonna cut it off here. I know it was a very short stream today, but I think this is a good place to potentially end it. And it's also maybe let me get some sleep on my birthday. You know, let me get some sleep on my birthday. So thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate y'all. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream because you know I did. Tomorrow we're probably seeing what we can do for any type of react type of content. But also, I think I'm going to be doing some campaign runs with, what is it called? With Hollow Palm tomorrow. We're going to go and make it through campaign with Hollow Palm, check out the situation there, and see if we could do anything to improve or, what is it called? Make more efficient, I guess, right? Make the Hollow Palm build more efficient. Optimize it. There we go. That's the right word. Optimize the build for campaign. So yeah, hopefully you guys had a good enjoyed the stream, and I will see y'all on the next one. For now, I am going to raid you guys on over to, let's see. Let's you know what? I'm gonna raid you guys on to Rax. I know it's not Path of Exile. He's playing some last epoch. So, but you know, ARPG, right? So you guys on over Rax. Hope you guys enjoy his stream. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Peace out, guys. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for celebrating my birthday with me. You guys are amazing. Have a good one. Bye-bye.